Here we go.
It's 2025, and it is Game of the Year, baby, for last year.
Woohoo! Yeah.
I know we
We're,
we're really late this year. It's been kind of we've been kind of going through it, right?
yeah. Yeah,
We've both been sick. I've been sick like all January, dude. It's been terrible.
it's been a rough start to the year. I'm hoping that once I'm all cleared up and everything, I get to feeling a lot less unmotivated, I guess. So,
Yeah. It's like I've been in a slump. Like last week I was so funky. Like I was just like I just feel like I'm in like a state, like a fugue state. That's kind of how it felt. Um, but yeah, we're on the mend, both of us. I've been dealing with some coughing, and I'm sure Noah has been a little bit too. And he had the Rona, and then I had like actual influenza, and it was not fun. So we're back at it. We're here for 25, and we're alive. That's what I'll say. Um, Last year was great. We a lot of stuff happened last year, right?
yeah.
And kind of a down year for the industry. Like not really. There's always plenty of good games. But yeah, what did you think of 24 on the whole?
Yeah, it was a good year for games. I mean, gaming never goes downhill. It always goes uphill, right? There's always new games released, and you still have, the games that were from, previous years. So, like, gaming never
Yeah,
gets worse. It always gets better. It always is either moving forward in one way or another, right? And there's always going to be lessons learned and things like that from moving forward with any sort of art form. And
yeah,
gaming always has its trials, but at the end of the day, we're the gaming landscape is always better for years passing rather than worse for it, just by sheer volume of games.
yeah. I mean, you throw enough spaghetti at the wall, something's gonna stick, right?
Yeah, yeah,
I feel like a lot of things stuck with me, especially new releases. So
yeah.
we'll kind of talk about it, but we have some categories. We have a joke category to start because I think it's hilarious. Um, and it's kind of an opportunity to talk about Concord, just to kind of do that again because we didn't do that enough. Um, but yeah, I haven't even counted. We have like eight, nine categories, something like that. Um, and we're just gonna kind of like shoot from the hip. This is probably gonna be pretty in depth. We're gonna just talk. We don't have a timer on this thing. We started a little bit earlier. Hopefully, we get it under a reasonable time because we both have work in the morning. But we're gonna get it underway with our inaugural, our first stick drift game of the year, and I'm hoping we have a few more after this too. That'd be nice. Because I like doing it. I don't know about you, but
Yeah,
yeah. First category. Let's just get into it. What do you think?
yeah. Let's do it.
Concord Character of the Year.
Yeah, Concord.
Concord. It is back and it's haunting us again.
We love
Um,
Concord.
we do now at this point, don't we? Because this is about the 11,000th time we brought it up. The thing about Concord is it doesn't exist anymore. So
Yep.
this is kind of like a post-mortem on Concord, and it's a joke category to get us there. It's called Concord Character of the Year because it's the most ironic thing I could come up with. Literally, because there are characters you could have played in that game, but they weren't characters, guys.
Yeah,
None of them were characters.
they were just
Um,
like a chat GPT sort of approximation of what a hero
yeah.
character should be, but
hmm
none of them are
Yeah,
really
it's
fleshed out.
it's Chat GPT got a sniff of the Sony servers and went like, I think I know how to make one of these things. And
Yeah,
Concord came out of it. That's exactly what happened. It wasn't
yeah.
they didn't just dump like 250 million in this game or anything. Um, but yeah, like I said, joke category. I don't think it's going to be the longest thing in the world. But we're going to talk about our favorite character of the year in the game Concord, a game both you and I have definitely played a lot of, right?
Oh yeah, wonderful, wonderful game.
Yeah, it's wonderful in some way. It's wonderful that you know, we have Star Child, who's my pick for the character of the year.
Oh yeah,
Star Child. What to say about Star Child? Well, let's start here. He's a direct ripoff of Drax the Destroyer from Guardians of the Galaxy, all the way down to his mannerisms and kind of his name. Um, yeah, it's a direct rip. and it's shameless. And the fact that they spin him off as his own character is hilarious. I think Star Child is a terrible character, and his design is laughably bad. He looks like a Pepsi logo, and I just, man, the man is just Drax. Like we could have just copy pasted. It's the same thing. Um, there's not much to say. Star Child's my pick. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, Nintendo had their character that looked like a Pepsi logo, the protagonist of Fire Emblem Engage, and so
Oh
Sony
right,
had
yes.
Sony had
That
to step up and make their own Pepsi mascots. So
yeah,
it
Dragon
it's
Boy.
funny because that game, I've played through it twice. One says the male character and one says the female character, and
Yep.
the male character playthrough, I went with Pepsi Man as the name, and then
Of course you
female character playthrough, I went as Colgatea as the
did. Okay. That's pretty good.
protagonist.
Pretty good.
Because they just
Yeah,
look
I
like
saw you.
either toothpaste or Pepsi. Like that's what their color scheme brings to mind. So
For sure. I saw you playing that yesterday when I was playing Xenoblade, and I was like, nice. I was like, good for him. Good
yeah,
for him.
I started that fell Xenologue. Finally, I need to get around to completing that so I can finally say like, yeah, I've completed everything in this game for better or for worse.
Okay. For in
but-
Engage. you mean?
Yeah, yep,
Okay.
yep,
Gotcha.
yeah. The Xenologue is like the last like batch of DLC that they released for it. I had like the DLC pass for it, so I was playing it as it released for a while, but never got around to finishing that last batch of it. So
Like, gotcha. Gotcha.
it's actually not too bad. I kind of think the new like characters they introduced in it have alright designs. So
Okay.
yeah, Engage is a complicated game. Maybe I'll talk.
It
about
is. I
sometime
like
on
it.
the
I think it like
show.
tactically is like. I mean, we don't want to get too far into
Yeah.
Fire Emblem Engage, but tactically it's like the soundest that series has been in a long time.
Yeah,
But the
for
story
sure.
is garbo.
Yeah,
Like, the story is
is.
garbo.
Oh my gosh! But
It's
it's
so
hard
bad.
to separate like the gameplay from the story because they're so
No, you kind of have to have it because that's the impetus for
Entwined.
you doing the battles.
yeah,
You know? Like
they're so entwined with those games that like
yeah, there
usually
are.
they have really solid stories, but like with Engage, they just
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's
what they're
crazy.
thinking,
Like
yeah.
it feels like a game that was designed first, like straight up.
Yeah.
And most games usually are, but like the facade is normally hidden in a lot of games. This feels like they shoved a story in at the very end.
It's
Like, that's what
hard
it is.
to go into that coming off of the heels of Three Houses, where that game is like its story completely. It probably is one of the best, if not the best, story in Fire Emblem. As someone who's
Sure.
played like every single Fire Emblem story, I can confidently say that. But
Yeah.
I really like Three Houses, but yeah, Engage is something else.
Something else. It's something else. It's a good game. But getting back to games that don't exist anymore, Concord. Who's your favorite character? Let's stay on topic.
All right, we'll stay on topic this time. Good old Green Man Lennox. You gotta go.
Oh,
with,
yes.
Gotta go with go green or go home. He's
Go green or go home. More like
he's,
puke, right?
yeah. He's really standout character that isn't at all
Yes.
like any sort of space pilot man ever in the history of fiction.
Yeah.
Um,
He's like Wash from Firefly if he totally sucked.
that's exactly
That's who he
it.
is. Yes, I know. Listen, I've done the research. I've watched Firefly twice,
Oh
and then
my
I
gosh.
played.
I'm
7
wearing
hours
a
of Concord.
Firefly shirt right now, actually.
Yeah, I was
so-
gonna say that's the yes. Dude, I love Firefly so much. That's
Yeah, I love
that's
that
the thing that pisses me off so much about Concord, is it is a ripoff of much better things. Like it's a ripoff of like Firefly, Guardians of the mostly Guardians of the Galaxy, some Star Trek stuff, like all the stuff it cribs from. Like it doesn't. It influences it, but it doesn't set it apart in any way. And I just
Right.
the entire Concord experiment was so ill-advised. I'm just surprised it made it that far to where people played it, and no one stopped them.
It's just. I mean, it's not the only live service mistake of this year.
It's not. No, and it's
Or
not
of
even
any year.
Sony's last live service mistake. They're still
Yeah.
making mistakes.
Yeah. Live service gaming, it's a really difficult market because yes, it's extremely lucrative, obviously, but you have to find an audience.
You have to
Like,
hit.
Yeah. If you don't
Yeah.
hit, then the game just doesn't make back its initial investment. Like,
Yeah, that's the thing. Like those types of games need to hit, and they need to hit so big where they can keep the lights on, like
Yeah.
at a bare minimum. If they're not even doing that, they're toast.
Yeah.
They're toast. And you see like trend of the month games. Like the First Descendant feels this way. I don't know if you've seen anything about this game. It's very Destiny coded. It's like Destiny with fan service. It's still kicking around because they kowtow to the fan base, right? So they're making money off of jiggle physics and all this crap.
sure.
But like Concord couldn't even like crib the fans it wants to steal from. Like it was like a, objective based, round based 5v5 thing, like an Overwatch or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's not good enough as a game to even capture those people like a Marvel Rival was, which was even a more shameless cash grab, but it had the IP behind it, and it took people from a disgruntled fan base from Overwatch, took them, and also made a lot of new converts just from regular populace. That game was an immediate hit, right? And Concord had just had no chance.
Yeah. There's, yeah, I think this year we've seen quite a few of those high profile flops. The ones that come
We
to
have, yeah.
mind, I think that Suicide Squad live service game
Yes.
released this year and kind
Yep.
of flopped. I think that one might still be around, but
It's
definitely-
around. The entire thing about this game is that it's a Rocksteady game. Okay, and
Yeah.
what that means is that it has a pedigree. The Batman Arkham games are revered,
Yeah.
most of them. Arkham Knight not as well liked,
Sure.
but Asylum and City, they are beloved video games. So, they come out with Arkham Knight in 2015. They're like, great, okay, what's next? They've been teasing Superman forever in their games. They're like, hinting at it. Oh, we want to do this. We want to do this. 8 years go down the line. Nothing. No one hears a thing. Out of the blue, out of nowhere, they go, we made a Suicide Squad game. And people are like, what? Who's asking for this? And then on top of that, it's filled up with all this like live service crap.
Yeah.
It feels like the Avengers even, where it had like single player live service elements. It's just like, who are you serving? What is this audience you're trying to serve? Like there isn't people clamoring for Captain Boomerang to get a new hat. Like that doesn't exist. So they're trying to create a market out of something that has no demand, right? And that's kind of what Concord's problem is too. People are better served with even worse games too. And there's just no hope, right? And Suicide Squad ends up finishing out its seasons of content, adding characters, but it's going for sale everywhere. You're getting it on PS Plus and Xbox promotions and stuff. Like that game is done.
Yeah, and it is interesting because they also released that isekai anime for like in the
Right.
Suicide Squad.
Like in conjunction
realm.
with it almost.
Yeah, pretty much with in conjunction. Like that had to be planned out at some point.
It definitely was.
marketing. So
Yeah.
They-
And for all counts, that show's good. I think that show is good.
I actually haven't watched that yet, so I need to
I've
get around
heard
to that.
very good things about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I have too. I've heard that it's weird, but that it's like
Yeah.
interesting enough to
Right.
be worth watching. So yeah, that comes to mind, and then also from last year, that Hyenas game from Sega.
That's right.
that
that got
game-
canceled too.
It didn't get canceled. That's like the thing, right? The game was fully completed. Everything was completed, but they
was done.
chose not to launch it. So like it's
Yes.
not even like a cancellation like that.
They like unrevealed it almost, like when it was
Yeah.
finished.
Yeah, they completed the entire game and they decided that rather than go through something like a Concord, right? And this was before Concord, I think, but
It depends. I don't know what development times look like. It's similar. It's probably similar timeline, honestly.
similar timeline. But I do think that the hyenas, I guess for lack of a better word, cancellation,
Yeah.
is I think that was before Concord released that they formally
Yes, that is true.
decided
Yes.
not to launch that game. But
Yeah,
it
for sure.
it could have ended up as another Concord though, from what their like marketing strategy team decided, and so they're like, hey, we're just not gonna release this thing. The focus groups are saying that this game isn't good, and so they're like, we're just not gonna release this thing. And
Yeah.
is that the correct decision? I mean, I don't know. I honestly don't know. But
Yeah, and that's the thing about Concord as well. So like they went ahead and bought that studio that made Concord.
yeah,
Was it? It wasn't Fire Sprite, was it? Or is that the name? I forget what the name
I don't.
of the company.
That doesn't
They
sound
they
right.
that's not right. I don't think Sony purchased outright the company that created Concord, right? Herman Holst was the co-CEO, and he was like all about it. Apparently.
Firewalk, Firewalk,
Firewalk, sorry, not Fire Sprite.
Firewalk
Firewalk.
Studios. Yeah.
I knew I was close, but I wasn't there.
Yeah.
Apologies, Firewalk. But they were all about it, gung ho, calling it like the next big thing. And Herman Holst championed it, right? Alongside Jim Ryan, who was pushing all these live service games at PlayStation and Sony. And they had all these irons in the fire, and you're hearing about it even now with the Sony cancellations of the new Blue Point Games game with the God of War IP, where they were making a live service God of War game, which everyone wants, right? And you're just seeing it go down the line, like they are just cutting a bunch of live service initiatives. Like Ben Studio, they were doing a live service game. They did Days Gone. That's what they'd been working on. They cut that as well. All the way down the line. As far as I know, the only one left in development is Fair Games. From Jade Raymond Studio. I think that's the only one left, and I think that is because it's the furthest one along.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they pull a Concord with that thing and put it out. Who knows? But it's so far along, and Jade Raymond hasn't put out a game in years. She was attached to the Star Wars game with Amy Hennig. She got pulled off of that. They canceled that thing. She was originally on the Assassin's Creed teams with like Assassin's Creed 2. She was like the producer of that. She hasn't put out a game since like then. I think like it's been a long time. I'm probably not speaking like exactly how long it's been, but you know, she's been around circling the drain for these projects that have never come to fruition, right? And Fair Games, I don't know how that's going to shake out. I really don't. But with Concord, they got spooked, and there's actual deleterious effects to this. Like, Urban Holst got demoted this week from his CEO role, and he is part of the games arm still, but he's under his previous co-CEO now. When it comes to a reporting structure and a management structure, Hiroki Totoki is taking over as CEO of Sony proper, and he's head of PlayStation right now. The co-CEO, basically, Herman Holst, got dropped, is under Nishino as his direct supervisor. And it's because he greenlit and authorized all of these live service games under the head of Jim Ryan, right?
Yeah.
And you're seeing this 18 months after the fact, after they've, gave these games the green light, right? And Concord is the first omen of this, and I don't think it's the last. I think there's a lot of games they probably greenlit, and it's going to get worse. I think it's just going to get worse. It's going to be a dark time at Sony for sure. Like, people think Xbox is struggling because of their, giving up sort of thing. Like, we're going to just put things everywhere, but Sony's not in a great spot either. They're really, really not, and they rely on their games business even more than Microsoft does.
Right. Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, Sony's definitely, that's one of their strongest brands is their games business. They've given up a lot.
That
of
is
brands.
the biggest division they have.
Yeah.
It's the biggest one. It's keeping Sony afloat.
Yeah. So, yeah, if they don't, shape up, then come some years down the line, could be that Microsoft gets hold of the PlayStation brand.
Well, at least incorporating itself into the ecosystem in a way where it's just putting all their stuff out on their system, and that's
Yeah.
only going to help PlayStation in the long run, because last year it was huge. Like they were the number one publisher on their console for
Yeah.
PlayStation.
Yep.
They were the number one third party publisher. It was huge. Sea of Thieves was like top 20 on PlayStation.
Yeah.
Like are seeing these numbers, okay? And you could see it. They announced Forza for PlayStation. You're going to see it at this state of play. I bet you're going to see that, and you're going to see a release date for Indie on PS5, where they're just like, listen, man, we're making tons of money just putting stuff there. Even if we do get a tax, like that is free money we're just not getting.
Right.
And they're just like, why wouldn't we put it everywhere? No one's buying our box,
Yeah.
so why be tied to a box that's failing?
You
Like
don't want to buy
the
the
Xbox
PS5
Series.
Pro?
Well, that's another question. That's a different question. But the thing is, no one's buying Series anything. Like
Yeah.
people are just, it's doing worse than the original Xbox
I see what you mean.
One
Yeah.
SKUs. It's crazy. They're like down like 30% or something year over year. It's just not working, right? Um, and they just threw up their hands, you know. And it's interesting. I want to see how the effects of this play out for Sony. Like, what does this mean for them in the long run? Since they have put so much money into this initiative, that is failing. It's failed.
Sure.
And it's kind of like, it's just like this category is a gateway to talk about Sony on the live service front,
I think
because it's just
Yeah, it's a gateway for that, but it's also just for, reflecting on, I
yeah.
think that, when people say things like, game industry is doomed and AAA gaming is doomed, whatever, really, I think what they're saying is that there's a little too much focus on these live service projects
Yeah.
and these, projects that are ran by and large by microtransactions, and
Hmm.
that's what their goal
Cosmetics,
is.
yeah. Hmm.
And I mean, I think that games can do well, when focusing on the economic side of it, but I
Yeah.
also think that there comes a point to where a game needs to be created as art with the sort of economics and the
Hmm.
marketing as a secondary. That's how you get a game like a Fire Emblem Three House or something like that,
Sure.
right? Because you
Yeah.
see the passion that goes into something like that,
Hmm.
whereas something like a Concord, it's just
It's like devoid
you
of
don't
it.
see that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Totally. It reeks of trend chasing. It's just it reeks of it, and no one's making these games on this scale anymore. Like you're seeing you're seeing other companies like a NetEase or something putting out Marvel Rivals, right?
yeah,
Because they have the headcount to support it.
yeah,
Epic Games has thousands of employees working on Fortnite. They have a bunch of concurrents that play that game, and they have now siloed off even more of their player base with different game modes on Fortnite, making it a platform, right? Like there's no dynamism to anything that's Concord in comparison to a Fortnite or even a Marvel Rivals, right?
yeah,
Like they don't have the bandwidth to keep iterating like a NetEase does, making a million characters for Marvel Rivals and keeping the cadence up, right? That's just not like I think it was a foolhardy effort in general. And this isn't even talking about the Last of Us multiplayer game that they canceled as well. You know, this is before that, and that was the first one that they had going.
yeah. Well, there's been a lot of multiplayer
A
flops at
ton,
Sony over the
a
years.
ton.
They
Yeah,
had
yeah,
the Resident Evil online game. They had the Metal Gear Solid online game. I mean,
right.
they've tried pretty much every single one of their what you'd consider their flagship franchises, right? At least tied with the Sony brand, because most people would associate a Resident Evil with the Sony brand, even if it is a Capcom brand.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it,
Well, you bring that up too. Reverse is shutting down this week. Like I
yeah,
saw that. You know, um, and I think that's what you're talking about anyway.
yeah,
Um, and they did MGO for a while, Metal Gear Online, and
yeah.
it's just it's tied to Metal Gear Solid 5. When people stop playing that game, they stop playing that. They're probably not even playing that much. They're playing the base game, right?
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah,
yeah, it's just
it's interesting. They've tried a lot
yeah.
over the years to push into that um, sort of multiplayer space. I was reading an
Hmm.
article the other day actually that was talking with a ex Sony CEO or something like that, and he
Was it Sean
mentioned
Layden maybe or?
no, it was on the Japanese side, but
Oh, okay, Japanese side. Interesting.
yeah. But he had mentioned that the scariest part in his career at Sony was when the 3DS, the price drop for it was announced. But it wasn't because of the price drop. It was because they also announced that Monster Hunter 4 would be coming to the 3DS exclusively, and
Oh wow.
that game was like the PSP's like biggest game, right? Like in
Yeah.
Japan, that was the thing that was selling those systems in Japan, and so
Sure. Was it
Mon-
maybe Shuhei Yoshida? Maybe
that sounds
question
right.
mark. Okay, because
But
he just stepped down from Sony, so he was going
yeah,
doing the interview runs.
yeah.
So
But it yeah, I just found that to be interesting. That even a third party game like that is like really integral to um the sort of online space for
yeah,
Sony, and so losing exclusive games like that really has over the years hurt their brand and hurt the buy-in. But it's been extremely consumer friendly having these things become multi-platform, like your Monster Hunter, like your
yeah,
Resident
hmm
Evil, things like that. Becoming multi-platform has really, I think, helped the industry grow in a healthy
yeah,
way.
yeah. It's not it's not siloing off people playing the same games just because you're on platform. It's become agnostic,
Yeah,
which is good. They just did that recently with the Madden games and then the college football games. Those games are cross-platform. I was
yeah,
playing on PlayStation 5. My brother was playing on Xbox Series. That's cool. Like that was not a thing 2 years ago, and they're doing
yeah.
that now. And that's just the way of the future. It just is. And I just think Sony is not equipped to be part of a games as a service future because they don't have the pedigree. Just straight up. That's not what they're known for. And it feels like they are trying to be craftsmen in a different trade when they have no experience, right?
Yeah.
Um, I would say Microsoft is more equipped in that realm, but even they're not that good at
Mhm.
that stuff.
Yeah,
Like
I mean,
they can be good. Like Sea of Thieves is big, and
Sea of
they have
Thieves is big and it's a good game, but I
yeah.
wouldn't call it like a Fortnite or
No, it's
Marvel
not. Yeah,
Rivals or even an Overwatch. I think is still going to be more
right.
popular than a Sea of Thieves.
Yeah, but it is a live service game
Yeah,
with single player functionality, multiplayer functionality. It is a smaller scale version that works, right?
yeah,
Right. And that's what Sony wants a little bit of is at least a slice of the pie. But the market's too saturated. Like
hmm
it can't hold up a pillar for something that is an also ran. And that's the problem. That's the main problem with Concord. So
I'm.
yeah, I mean, sorry, continue.
Oh, I was just gonna say I'm curious as to where Nintendo fits in and if they try
Yeah.
and with Switch 2 push
hmm
to be more live service oriented. They
It's tough. I don't know.
Yeah, because I mean they're pushing the like it seems like they have that mouse design for the Joy-Con, and
Sure.
that would lend
Yeah.
itself really well to something like an MMO, and so um,
Like I could see Final Fantasy 14 being put on that. Like
mhm,
absolutely, I could
yeah,
definitely see that. Um, I mean, that game runs on PS4,
yeah,
so you could definitely do it. Um, it's a matter of as if they would do the business to do that. I don't know. Um, I think they wouldn't personally like really dip their toe in that stuff because I just don't think just like Sony, they don't have the discipline to do it.
mhm,
They don't even have their network infrastructure in place. I
right,
think they are making strides, especially with like that network test. That was really interesting. Like
hmm
if they're gonna do it, they're gonna Nintendo it up. They're
yeah,
gonna make it interesting like that,
yep,
right? Where you're seeing the effect of a live service environment where there's different people in an area, right? But I don't think it's gonna be like battle passes or whatever.
yeah,
Unless they do like a Splatoon 4, which they could, which they will because it makes a ton of money for them. Um, but I don't know if they would keep going with that or if they would actually take a live service route with Splatoon 4. Who knows? I think that's the only way they would do it is with that game.
okay,
Um, I, I personally, that's just me. That's personal.
Yeah, I
Because
don't
most of
know.
the games they make are single player games.
I
That's
could
just
see
true.
them investing in a new IP,
Hmm.
and trying to
Could
get a
be. Yeah,
piece of that
I could see it.
live service
Yeah,
pie. But
for sure, for sure. And we'll talk about Switch 2 later because I think that's going to be in our anticipated category
yeah,
for
sure.
stuff we're looking forward to this year. But yeah, this is just like this is closing the book on Concord, and I think it needs to happen because it is ultimately a disappointment, and it is a stark reminder of how harsh the business is. Not just the games business, this slice of it, right? And it's a big slice of it. Like more people are being retained by less games these days,
Yeah,
and people are freaking out. Like the bigger games are not capturing people like that. Fortnite's holding on to their audience for dear life because they continually iterate. Marvel Rivals is a big newcomer to this, and it's going nowhere, right? Even Overwatch 2, like people have dipped out to play Rivals, but it still has a steady community. I
yeah.
would say, like, of the big live service stuffs, like I feel like Destiny 2 is waning, for instance.
Hmm.
Like that's majorly waning, and I think that might be in need of a new game, Destiny 3, or just a shutdown. Like I just think that it needs to shake up or it needs to go away, you know.
Yeah.
And it bothers me out because I played a lot of Destiny 2, but you're seeing all these niches being fed, and all the new stuff that people are spending years on are not getting any notice or little notice, right? Um, but yeah, that's Concord Character of the Year. that that's basically it. I mean, it's a big category. It's a joke
it,
category to talk about that.
yeah, it was just something that um, was is a good topic for
Yeah.
a show like this. I think we're always wanting to we don't want to sugarcoat the
Hmm.
bad things in the games industry. We want to highlight the good in the games industry, and we want
Yeah.
to push for improvement, constructive
Yeah.
criticism, but
Hmm.
we don't want to ignore things that are we think are a problem in the games industry, and not understanding what players want and not
Hmm.
understanding how to make a good live service game is definitely a big issue for
Yeah.
2024 and just for the games industry in general. And so I think that there always are going to be mistakes made when developers are trying new things, or trying to break into different parts of the industry. But I think that at the end of the day, experimentation is good and healthy for
Hmm.
the industry. So a
It is
Concord
good. Yeah.
needs to happen to remind them that they can't just spit something out and have it become the new Overwatch.
Hmm.
Because
Yeah.
then now a lot of businesses are going to be a lot less likely to repeat those mistakes. And so it's
Yeah.
important for those
Yeah.
things to happen.
I agree. I agree. Concord Character of the Year is Star Child for me, and for you, it's Linux.
Yes.
So, if we're
Yes.
going to talk about the category, that is the joke category. Um, I want you to take this next one. Most played game. What is
Okay.
it?
Yeah. So I looked into it a little bit, and I
Okay.
think I can pretty confidently say it was really hard to narrow down exactly what it was, but it was probably The Binding of Isaac Rebirth for me.
Really? It's not Marvel Rivals. That's
No.
shocking to me. That's
Yeah.
shocking to me.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, get into it. I want to hear about it.
I put in a lot of hours into that
Really?
game
In
this
Binding of
year.
Isaac, of all things.
Yes.
Wow. That's shocking to me, dude.
Yeah. I think I might have put in. Let me pull it up. I want to see how many hours exactly. Well, anyways, on Steam it was 16% of my play time. So,
Okay. What's the hour count like?
I don't know for this year in general,
Yeah.
but
I guess what's in
um,
general, yeah.
yeah, in general, it would be 263 hours.
Holy smokes. That's a sizable chunk.
Yeah.
Sizable chunk.
And a lot of that was this year. Most of that was
A
this year.
lot of that.
Yeah.
Wow.
I would say
So
probably
16% of your
200
total
of
play
that.
time was Binding of Isaac.
Yeah.
16%.
Yeah.
Wow.
I would say about 200 of that was probably this year. 200
Really?
hours. So
Wow. Okay, yeah. Why'd you play so much of it? Yeah, tell me about it.
I had a friend that was plays it regularly, and it just looked fun, and so I ended up picking it up again. I hadn't played it in years, and so I picked it up again last year, and
Hmm.
I I just kind of enjoyed enjoyed it, and I got through a lot of the game, like majority of the game essentially. Um, like I ended up getting full completion with several characters,
Wow.
including what is considered one of the most difficult ones, Jacob and Esau. So
Wow.
it was so it was fun. I had a good time with it. And then one day it was just like I was just doing the grind, playing through it. And I'm like, I think I'm done with this game, and so I just put the game down, and I haven't picked it
Wow.
back up. But yeah,
That's funny. Yeah, it's sometimes you just know.
yeah,
Like you just got. I've done this too. I've definitely done this. I did this with Hitman, which is one of my favorite games ever. Hitman World of Assassination. I was just doing all the mastery stuff and that, like getting all the levels for every map, and it's like the third time I did it for like Hitman One, and I was just like, I all cumulatively I've put over 500 hours in that set of games,
yeah.
one, two, and three, like a lot. It's like my second most played game ever. Um, and I'm just like, you know what? What am I doing?
Hmm.
I love this game, but it is it is at the expense of other things I could be playing. And
Yeah,
I took that as like I enjoyed my time with this. I will be back for this at some point when I need it. Right now I don't need it, right?
yeah.
And that's kind of it seems like that's what happened to you.
Yep, that's exactly what happened. I mean, I love the game. It's a really cool game. Really fun
Yeah,
game.
what is the hook of that game besides the roguelike nature of it?
It's just unlocking new tools with like each successful accomplishment. You get more tools added for your future runs, and so that's just fun to experiment with all the different possibilities and combinations of items, and so it's in a fun, classic Zelda sort of shell. So
Mhm.
it's a
Well,
fun game.
the theming is wild, let's be honest.
Yeah,
The
well,
entire
the theming
yeah.
is wild, but the gameplay plays a lot like a classic
Yeah.
Zelda game, and so
It's like Minish Cap or something like that sort of like that camera angle.
yep, yep. So it's a good game. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's it's like a roguelike sort of thing. I could see. Okay, so I guess where does it fall in your like roguelike pantheon? Is it up there or is it just something you put a lot of time into?
Oh yeah, it's definitely up there. I'd
I
say
guess where does it
I'm
fall?
not a huge roguelike fan, so
Neither am I. I'm really not either.
but I would say it's definitely in the top.
Yeah.
My favorite of all time is a Chinese roguelike that I got for free from like a I got in like a humble bundle forever ago called Runestone
Yeah.
Keeper.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That is my number one roguelike, like top tier of all time, and it's literally just a game where you are going down in a dungeon. You've got like your PNG of your character, and you just click tiles,
Nice.
and it's roguelike boiled down to its base elements. You just have a box
Yeah.
with a bunch of tiles. You click tiles to explore different tiles of the dungeon, and things
Yeah.
happen, and you react accordingly. And it
Crazy.
is a brutal game, tough as nails. Absolutely fun to master the mechanics and master the correct ways to reveal those tiles and interact with those
Hmm.
tiles and enemies. And so yeah, that would be my all time. favorite. I
All
yeah,
time. Okay.
I'd love to gush about that at length at some point, but
Yeah,
so
absolutely. Yeah,
it,
I like you. I am not a big roguelike person
yeah,
at all, which is ironic given where how highly I think of Balatro this year. But I'm really not. Like, there's only a couple games that have really captured me. It's well, three really. It's Spelunky, it's Hades, and it's Balatro.
yeah, and I haven't played
And
any of those
that's
games,
it.
so
Yeah, that's it. And those are I think the tops of the genre. Like, I really do think so.
yeah,
People like Dead Cells. I get into it. I put up something on Balatro on my Substack. Like, I get into it why I don't like Dead Cells as much as like Hades, but it's those are my three. I
mhm,
think in a very crowded genre. There's a lot of roguelike
yeah,
games,
yeah.
especially.
I
Um,
like
but yeah,
Risk of Rain 2 as well quite a bit. That's a fun game.
yeah, Risk of Rain 2 is good. I like Risk of Rain 1 better. That's just me. I
Really
like Risk of Rain.
interesting.
I do.
Huh.
I love that game. I played a lot of that game. A couple hundred hours of that. Um, Yeah, the original, not even
Right, the
the
returns, yeah.
remake, right?
Yeah.
Returns is good too. Returns is good too. I like Returns. Like, they implemented the Risk of Rain 2 stuff in the original,
Hmm.
and they made it look better. But there's something about that first one. There's just something
Yeah,
about it. It's so
I've never
yeah.
played that original one. I've only ever played a tiny bit of
Mhm.
Returns, but I've played quite a bit of 2 and
That studio is interesting. Hapu Games is interesting. I don't think they're making any more games. I think they're done.
no,
Um,
yeah, I think they actually were bought by another
yeah.
studio that's now maintaining Risk of
Yes.
Rain 2.
Which is crazy because, like, every game they made was excellent. Like, they made Risk of Rain, and then
Yeah,
they made Deadbolt, which is an amazing 2D side scroller. It's so good.
yeah,
It's so hard though. I have never beaten that game. And then they made Risk of Rain 2, and then Returns, and then they stopped making games. Like, they're done.
yeah.
They disbanded, and yeah, like you said, they have a stewardship over their show.
Gearbox is
Gearbox, yes, that's right. Yeah, so
yeah.
Gearbox published Risk Rain 2, I want to say, as well. But they bought the rights to all their
Yeah,
stuff.
now
So
they're maintaining it, and
yeah,
there's been a
yes,
lot of shaky
hmm
ground with the community on their latest DLC, Seekers of the Storm. So
really, okay,
it's
gotcha.
been really mixed reviews because of they changed a lot of things for the worse, and there was just a lot of bugs on release of that
Hmm.
DLC, and yeah,
Yeah,
it wasn't a good scenario. But see those three, and then Enter the Gungeon. Those would probably be my
I
top
think Enter
four
the Gungeon would
picks.
be. Yeah, Enter the Gungeon would be higher for me if I spent more time with it. I think that game
I
has it.
spent a lot
I
of
just
time
haven't
with it.
spent enough time.
Yeah,
Yeah, I haven't spent enough time with it. I put like 20 hours into it. It's not enough
yeah.
to actually get into that game.
I also
But
liked Rogue Legacy quite a bit. That was a fun one.
yes, I have complicated feelings about 1 and 2, especially 2. But
I
one
liked that
is
first one
good.
quite a bit. I never
Yeah,
checked
one is
out the
good.
second one, so
Yeah, one is good. It's an older game.
yeah,
I
yeah.
think it's 10 years old now.
I've beaten the last boss of that like
Yeah,
first one, so I've at least experienced like the natural, I guess, play
right.
through that, and I really enjoyed my time with it. So
Yeah, Hades and Rogue Legacy have very similar DNA where there's a perpetuation of mechanics that persists. There's a persistence to things that you do in that game, which I appreciate. The
right,
thing that I hate the most about roguelikes is the impermanence of your upgrades. I think
hmm
that is deflating most of the time, where you get killed and you lose everything. I think
right,
that sucks. I think it sucks so bad. Spelunky is the exception of this, and Balatro as well. But Balatro, you unlock stuff. Spelunky, you really don't. Like, you unlock some things. You unlock knowledge. You unlock codex features. You unlock things in your runs, and you unlock doors and stuff. But that's like the exception to the rule, where you're starting over, but you're kind of having some hallmarks of where you've been, right?
yeah,
But that is my main issue with roguelikes is the genus of it is that it is an impermanent genre, and I don't like investing my time in something that's going to knock me back. I just don't like it. I just think that's my main issue with it, right?
yeah.
Um,
Speaking of Spelunky, did you get around to watching that secret level? I thought that
I didn't. I need to. That's the
okay, the
one I haven't
Spelunky
seen that I wanted to
one
see.
was actually pretty decent. It was pretty decent. I liked it.
I love Spelunky 1. Spelunky 1 is one of my favorite games.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the that secret level was pretty alright. I've seen the entire secret level anthology, and
You have? Okay.
yeah.
I'm missing a couple. I haven't seen that one, and I haven't seen the Armor Core one yet.
Ooh, the
Um,
Armored Core one is really good. It was
yeah,
excellent.
okay. I've been meaning to, and then when I went on vacation, I just
It
never
was on.
got
It's
to
in
it.
that
But
same vein as like the the Unreal Tournament one.
Okay.
And
Yeah, sure.
and the Warhammer one. You know, it felt a
Yeah,
lot like
the Warhammer
those
one.
ones. So
That Warhammer one is so good. That's
see,
my
I
favorite one,
actually
for sure.
didn't like the Warhammer one as much as the Armored Core one and
Really?
the Unreal Tournament one. Yeah, I really enjoyed
Really
those
interesting.
two.
The Sifu one was good too, but it was short. And the Mega Man one was good, but it was like extremely short.
Yeah,
That one's
was
like
insanely
5 minutes.
short,
Yeah. It's insane. Like the credits are almost longer than
yeah.
that thing.
I actually really liked
Um,
that Honor of Kings one as well. That I thought that one was pretty
yeah.
good.
The D&D one was good. I like that one. Yeah.
Or no,
Um,
the I'm talking about the like Chinese mobile game.
yeah, no, I'm also
Yeah.
just saying
Yeah,
in
the D&D
in
one was
addition,
pretty good too.
I think
Yeah, yeah,
I think the D&D one was good.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a great. I'm so excited.
The Sony
Season
one
2
was really terrible. That was probably the worst one, and
is a commercial.
it was awful. Oh my goodness, I could go into detail on how horrible that thing was. But
My favorite one was the Outer Worlds one. That was the most substantial. I think that one
yeah,
was
that
really
one was
really
good.
good.
I really liked that one.
I like that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one was really good. Just a great package overall. Like it feels like, they had to get licenses for things, so there was pitches for different stories and stuff. I wonder what a season 2 would be.
It was interesting
what would
because
be in that?
the Concord episode wasn't even like the worst one. Like
No, it was pretty good. It was
yeah,
fine.
the
It was
Concord
totally
episode
fine.
was just like fine. Like I wouldn't call it the
Completely
best one,
inoffensive.
but yeah,
Yeah,
it was
completely
inoffensive compared to like the Sony one or the what was the other one I didn't like? I don't remember which other one I didn't like.
Most of them were pretty good. Like most of
Yeah.
them were pretty good.
Yeah.
But yeah, most play game for you. Binding of Isaac Afterbirth. Is that what it's called? It's Afterbirth, right?
Rebirth, I think, is what
Rebirth.
they're
It's like
on.
Rebirth Plus or Afterbirth Plus or something.
Oh yeah, Afterbirth Plus, I think, is what they're on.
Okay, I was close. I was close.
Yeah, yeah. But they just recently released the multiplayer DLC. I've yet to check that out yet.
Okay.
Repentance Plus is what they're at now. Repentance Plus.
Repentance Plus.
Yeah.
Gotcha. The expansion for that's like $60 on console. It's crazy. But it's a lot of content. I do know.
It is.
So.
Yeah.
Edmund McMillan, the designer for that game, is very, very. He's a very good designer. He did Super Meat Boy as well.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
And he's done a couple other games here and there, like the End is Nigh is okay, and there's another game he has. It's like another roguelike game, Bumbo, Legend of Bumbo or something. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, really interesting creator. There's a good documentary on the making of Super Meat Boy. I highly recommend. But yeah, that's your most played game. My most played game is the game I dislike the most this year, which is an extreme bummer. It's a bummer. And it's Assassin's Creed Odyssey. So, you have a very light history with Assassin's Creed, right?
Yeah, I've never played a game of Assassin's
Not
Creed.
one? Really?
Nope.
That seems like
series.
hard. That seems hard to do.
It wasn't intentional. I just never interacted with the series. I don't know.
I think that's unfortunate. There are some good games, but it's understandable because where would you start? And hopefully my crash course would help people.
Yeah,
'Cause
no,
I've played every one of them.
I definitely plan to start the first one, at least try and dabble in it. I don't know if I'll
Right.
try and complete that one, but I at least want to.
I think you should play 2 first. Just play 2. One's fine, but play 2. 2 is the one you should play.
Yeah, 2 would be the one that I would like try and get through. 1 I just want to check out, see what it's about.
Yeah, you should check out 1. Don't finish 1. 1 is a
Yeah.
very rough prototype of
Yeah.
that series. It is not even reflective of what most of the games are like.
Right.
Um,
That's why I've been
But
told, so.
2 is like number 1. Like 2 is 1. Assassin's Creed 1 it's proof of concept. Like that's
Yeah, right.
really how I think
Right.
about it. But anyway, getting into Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Okay, I've thought about how I want to unpack this. Right. It is by far the game I played the most. And let me pull this up. I need to see exactly my hour count on this thing because I put a lot of time into this game, like an obscene amount of time. Where are you? Okay, let's see what my hour count is. Yeah, it is. It is one of my top games on PlayStation. It's one of my top games I've ever played in terms of hour count. It's crazy. It's up there. I played 169 hours of Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and I will say it is it's a video game, and it is mostly a slog. Mostly a slog. Um, I just think there is a lot missing in this game on the writing front, on the characterization front, on the story front. Everything that should offer this game a heart and soul, it is almost devoid of. And I spent a lot of time looking for that heart and soul. And at some point, I never found it. And the hardest thing about this game is the complete ask it has of you as a player. It is. I don't even know why I finished this game. Okay, I think it's because I felt like I had to. I was so deep in at this point. I was halfway through the game, and I was like not enjoying it. I was like, okay, I want to finish this game. How much do I have to finish it? I was at 6 hours 60 at this point. Like how long does it take? And I'm like on a story level, I'm like, okay, I'm here. It seems like there's some time to get to the end of the main story. Great. But then they supported the crap out of it, right? Mm-hmm. Just like Ubisoft does with a lot of their games. DLC upon DLC upon DLC. Like, there are 2 waves of DLC with multiple parts to each, right? And the way they do is they ingrain it into the regular world once you've purchased them. And each game is like each DLC is like a game unto itself, especially the second half, which is Atlantis DLC. You're going to brand new areas of the game. And the scope is mind-boggling because it's like a single-player live service game. Like, it really feels that way. There's like currency in this game. There's like a lot of cosmetics in this game, a lot of loot. It feels very Diablo. And there's a lot of shitty loot. Like, the loot economy boggles the mind because most of the stuff you're getting is trash. It's trash. And you have to sort it or the game yells at you like, "Oh, you need to sort this before you can do anything else." And it's infuriating. The number one gripe I have with this game is it wasted my time. And I wasted a lot of time in this game. And I platinumed this game. I did everything there was to do in this game. I talked to every NPC. I did every story quest, every main mission, every side mission. I got every collectible in the game. I did every trophy. I finished every piece of every DLC, every story mission. I will tell you, there is nothing in this game that is worth playing. Okay? And it sucks I got 170 hours to play and figure this out, but it's not even an Assassin's Creed game. Like, not really. It's an historical open world game inspired by The Witcher 3. And that's what it really feels like. But it's missing that heart and soul that makes Witcher 3 so good. There's not one memorable thing in this game, side quest, story, or otherwise. Not even one memorable character that I can tell you is worth seeing in this game. Not one. Not even the main character, who should be the cipher, the reason you play this game. People prefer her, Cassandra, the character I picked, over Alexios, her brother. There's that choice you get at the beginning of the game. You pick one or the other. And Assassin's Creed Valhalla's like this, Syndicate's like this, but you play as both in that game. And I think Assassin's Creed Shadows will have a Teta protagonist as well. This game is an option. If you pick one of them, the other becomes an enemy. That's how the game is. And it should be interesting for that. But it takes place in ancient Greece, right? They do this whole 300 thing. You're chasing like the proto version of the Templars, and you're kind of like a proto version of an assassin, but not really. You don't even have a hidden blade. Like, they made Assassin's Creed Origins, the Egyptian game, right? But this game comes before it, and that game was named Origins. Like, it's crazy. They're like, we went further back. And I'm like, why? You're not making an Assassin's Creed anymore. You're just doing a story about people that kill people, all right? That's video games. It's just, I don't want to get into it because it's not worth it. It's really not. Yeah. But I put 170 hours in this game. I've beaten every Assassin's Creed up until Valhalla, 100%. I've done everything in every game, aside for actually the first one. I haven't finished that game. It's not very good. But besides Valhalla and besides Shadows, which is not out, I've completely finished every game. Even the PlayStation Portable version or Vita version. I've finished Liberation. Like, I am a huge, massive Assassin's Creed fan. Nothing about this game is an Assassin's Creed game, and none of it is incorporated in a large scale real world timeline. Uh, where they have like the Templars and the Assassins in the real world. None of it's interesting at all. And Assassin's Creed Origins is one of my favorite games ever, and it's completely disappointing on every front. They double down on every system, and it's worse. It's worse. And I think Valhalla is even worse, and I haven't finished it. I haven't even touched it.
Well,
because I was so put off by Assassin's Creed Odyssey.
And then they're gonna have they're going to Japan with the next game, and
right.
That's been a train wreck of a game from what I've understood. So
yeah, it's
a lot
the things
of,
they're doing with that thing.
A lot of just not understanding the history and the culture of Japan, and so there's been a lot of missteps in that development from what I've seen. So
it sounds like a mess, and I don't know if I want to be a part of it. And it sucks because I feel like I need to know. I need to know because I am so deep, right? Mm-hmm. Like who's going to know this but me? I am so deep in this series. I cannot tell you. I know everything about these games.
Yeah,
I know everything about them. I've seen Assassin's Creed Embers. I've seen like I've read the motion comics. I know everything about the series, everything. And this game is a massive disappointment. The time it takes to beat this game, you could beat the entire Ezio trilogy, all of Assassin's Creed Unity and Syndicate, and get partially in the way in Origins. That's how long this game is to do everything, right? And it is worse than everything in the series up until this point. It is not even close to being a top Assassin's Creed. It's way near the bottom for me. I think the worst game they've ever made, really, is the first one. And this game is there. Like, it's right there in terms of a quality level. Like, they had so many people doing this game and building this game for years, and none of it is interesting. I promise you. Like, I've seen every bit of it. I'm telling you. Like, you're not missing anything by not playing Assassin's Creed Odyssey. You might find something in the gameplay front, but it's lackluster for me. And I'm not even a huge fan of Origins combat, even. Odyssey doubles down and it becomes like a cooldown game. It feels like an MMO in some ways. Like it's not. No, I'm serious. Like you attack, and it's not like auto attack or anything. You actually attack, but you're basically playing cooldown the game at some point. It's just like, what am I doing? I'm wasting my time.
Yeah.
And the cardinal sin this game makes as an Assassin's Creed game is, and Origins has this problem too, but I excused it because Origins is a fantastic game. It's an amazing game. Assassination kills are not one-hit kills. That is the cardinal sin of this game. Every Assassin's Creed up until the RPG versions, you stab a dude, they are dead. That is it. You have killed them. You're behind them, you stab them in the freaking neck. They're dead. And this game, no. This guy shrugs it off, he gets half his health bar. What is that? That dude should be dead. He should be dead. It is the philosophy. That's like the genius right there. That's the philosophy. The games are wrong. Right? And like I said, I forgive it in Origins because Origins feels like an Assassin's Creed game, and it's an amazing video game. This is not an Assassin's Creed game. I think Valhalla is going to feel the same way, and Shadows might hopefully get there. I don't know, but who knows when I play those because I was so put off by Odyssey, and it sucks that I had to play 170 hours to figure it out. But that's really it for me for Assassin's Creed Odyssey. It is my most played game this year. One of the most played games I've ever played. Like I beat this game so 100%. It's insane. I almost got everything. Like, I read every note, every damn thing you could do in this game. Nothing. There's nothing there. There's nothing there.
So you...
ran over. It feels good to get off my chest.
You compared this game to Witcher 3 earlier. Would you say it's kind of a disservice to Witcher 3?
Oh, 100%. It's taking every lesson that Witcher 3 learned and doing it poorly.
Yeah.
Everything.
Well,
like the thing about Witcher 3 that's so good is that the thing about Witcher 3 that is the best thing about it is that its breadth and its depth are quality are of a quality level that is near impeccable. Like it is as deep as it is wide. Like that is how The Witcher 3 is. This game is as shallow can be. It looks like you can look 3 miles in a direction and see something, but there's actually nothing there. That's how Assassin's Creed Odyssey feels.
I'd be willing to say that, for me at least, Witcher 3 is probably the best open world game. For
It's
me.
up. It might be it. It might be the best
Yeah.
I've played.
Just
It's
like that open world, going to quest markers formula, you know,
mhm.
like Witcher 3, I think, just does that specific formula the best of any game.
I think
The
it is the okay. I think Elden Ring is up there too. I don't know if you agree with this. I agree that Elden Ring is not perfect. It's not a perfect game, but in terms of complete um, transportation to a virtual world,
Mhm.
Witcher 3 and Elden Ring do it better than anything.
Yeah,
So,
I'm
um,
speaking in like a quest
yeah,
driven open world game. I wouldn't consider Elden Ring like a quest driven open
no,
world.
definitely not.
It's
Yeah,
more so a open style open world, like a Breath of the Wild, to where the
yeah,
game just says, go out and do
yeah.
things.
I agree there.
Whereas
Yeah,
a Witcher 3 is like, Joe Schmo needs you to kill this ogre.
yeah.
And so you go kill that ogre for Joe Schmo.
Right, right.
And that kind of formula, I think Witcher 3 handles that the best. But I bring that up because when does Witcher 4 come out? Is that
That is. Oh man, who
2025
knows?
or okay? I
It's
didn't know because it's been
yeah.
announced, but
It's been announced. I think they are all hands on deck on that game now.
right,
They're also building Cyberpunk 2. That's what I know. I'm pretty sure the American studio, I think the LA based studio, I want to say, is working on Cyberpunk 2.
hmm,
And I think the Polish CD Projekt proper is working on 4,
right,
as far as I understand. Um, it's hard to tell because there's only the trailer, right? And it's a CG trailer,
hmm,
but it's an engine. So basically, it's in engine and it was captured on an unreleased video card. Like it is as futuristic as
yeah,
you can get for real time graphics. So who knows what stage that game is at? It's probably in some way playable, but it is not feature complete. I don't think so. I don't think we see that game until late 27. If I'm a betting man, like that's just the way I feel.
yeah,
I think it's been in production for a long time,
yeah,
probably since after 3, in at least conceptual phases. So probably 2016,
yeah.
probably. So
I
eight
think
years.
there's going to be a lot of lessons learned
Yeah,
from
continue talking. I'm gonna blow my nose.
um,
Keep talking.
yeah, because with the Witcher game series, I mean, they had the first one, and then they had the second one, which iterated upon that first one, and the second one was a really good game. I want to complete that second one at some point. From what I understand, that first one should be getting a remake or a remaster at
Yes,
some point.
that is also something they are doing. Yes.
Yeah. So I
I
want
think they
to
are
check
doing that to get familiar with the engine as well. I think that's
Yeah,
what they are doing.
I want to check that out when that releases. Definitely, that would be I think the time to play that first game.
Yep,
Because
100%.
that, from what I understand, that first game is very rough.
Very rough, but like the actual like storytelling and everything and
Right,
the
is all
performances are there.
there.
Yeah,
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 it's
yeah.
just the gameplay
Um,
itself. It took them iterations because even that second game, the gameplay is serviceable. It's fine, but it's not nearly as refined as Witcher
yeah.
3 is.
2 is a great game, but it's not as good as like even a 3
Yeah,
is. But you can see it. It's like almost there. It's like you're almost there. Like there's a couple things
yeah.
you need to clean up on the fit and finish front. But
And I
yeah,
think that Witcher 4 is going to be even more
yeah.
in depth,
hmm
and you're going to be transported into that world with Witcher 4 if they do that game correctly.
And they're doing the right thing. I'm so proud of them. They are doing Siri. All right, that is the right move
yeah,
for the series going forward.
yeah,
3, the way that game ends, and if you haven't played Witcher 3 up to this point, get a life, do it, right? I'm
yeah,
going to spoil it.
yeah,
Ciri
play it.
becomes a Witcher at the end of 3.
Right.
The entire game is about her becoming a Witcher.
Yeah.
And the way that ending happens is she completely takes over the role. Like she is you play as her at points in the game, right? In like story critical moments, heavy moments. But she is so completely embodying the Witcher persona and character by the end, you're like, they have to do a 4 with her. Like,
Yeah.
even Geralt's like, I'm going to watch over you. Like, he's basically saying, I'm kind of stepping back
Yeah.
and you're going to be it. And it's not that he's going to stop being a Witcher. He's just going to not be as involved as a person in the main goings on of the world, right?
Yeah.
Um,
He
because
wants he's
Witcher,
gonna go back to being
yeah,
just your average, everyday Witcher,
yeah,
right? He
yeah.
doesn't
He's a
want to be
jobber. Like
involved
he's
with the
yeah,
politics of the world anymore. So
right, right, and that's kind of what he's been involved with in the first 3 games,
yeah.
right? In the books, he's like, keep politics away from me. I want nothing to do with them. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I just got done listening to The Last Wish, and I'm listening to Blood of Elves right now. Fantastic books. If you have a chance to listen to these books or read them, they are unbelievable. The audible versions of these books are incredible. But there's a portion where he's trying to save like this king's daughter, and he's like offering him all this stuff, and he's like, "Listen, man, give me gold. I'm fine. You don't need to involve me at all.
Yeah.
I'm going to try my best to save your daughter, but that's it." And that's how he wants to be. But since Siri and people that he's involved with are parts of the goings on in the politics, he kind of begrudgingly takes it up, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like, Siri is like the daughter of nobility, so she's like part of the politics whether she wants it or not. In Witcher 3. Yeah, that game is just, I I'm at the point with it where I'm like, great, don't show me a thing. I will play it. I will be there when it's there.
Yeah.
This. Go for it. Like, I mean, monkey
trust
see,
them,
monkey
yeah.
do. Yeah, I trust them. Like, they're going to nail it. And Cyberpunk got to a point where it ended up being an amazing game, right?
Yeah.
I just hope they launch better with Witcher 4, and I don't think they're going to mess it up. They're going to get the time they need to do it because Cyberpunk was a huge hit. Witcher 3 was a ginormous hit,
Uh-huh.
right? They will have the time to get that done, right? Yeah, it's going to be insane. Like, to answer your question, the original question is, Assassin's Creed Odyssey does everything worse than Witcher 3 does, just in general.
Yeah.
And I think they could take a few more lessons as they go along. And it bodes ill for Ubisoft as a company to just keep throwing resources at something that's not working. And Assassin's Creed hasn't been working for the last couple games, as far as I'm concerned. Mirage was also like, in some ways, it was a good idea, but the execution wasn't there either, right? So yeah, to kind of end this category for me and at least you, most played game Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I don't recommend it. I don't. I actually actively am warning people not to play it. I think it's a waste of people's time for sure.
Fair enough.
Yeah, let's talk about this next category, old game of the year. So this is a category I wanted to bring up because we both play games that aren't from this year, right? All the time. Like, that's a lot of what I play is old stuff. There's a lot of new games I played last year. Last year was kind of an exception. I played a lot of new titles. But old game of the year is signifying the best game from not the current year that I finished, right? I'll get into mine, but I want to talk at length. So I want to give you the floor. Whatever you have, shoot from the hip. Mine is going to be pretty lengthy because I haven't talked about this game really at all.
Yeah.
So by all means, go ahead.
So I think I'm going to talk about two different games.
That works, yeah. Whatever you think is like your old game of the year.
Yeah.
Go for it.
So the two games that resonated with me last year, that were kind of old games that I had never gotten around to, but was finally able to get around to, were Kingsfield 2. Which,
oh, wow.
Yeah, I played it for the first time
Sure.
Last year. And that game, I loved Japanese Kingsfield 1. That was the first one of that series that I played. I loved that. It was nice, short, and sweet. It's like a 30 megabyte game. I mean, it's really small even for a PlayStation game. But it was a launch title in Japan for the PlayStation. And so it just kind of is a great showcase of just FromSoft design, FromSoft difficulty, and just it's a really fun romp. But Kingsfield to Japan, which is Kingsfield 1
Yeah.
in the US.
Okay,
Released
so
with the
they Final
first one.
Fantasy 3'd it,
They
huh?
did.
They did.
So,
Okay, I got you.
yep, yep. So, Kingsfield 1, we'll just call it, that first American Kingsfield, it builds upon that first game, whereas that first game feels kind of like a tech demo, kind of like, you know, a just, a demonstration of what FromSoft can make with the
Yeah.
PlayStation technology. This sequel game is way larger. It feels like a full 3D dungeon that you're exploring, and it has towns inside the dungeon, but it definitely feels more like this large continuous dungeon is what the entire game is basically. So that's the second game in the series, but first game released in the U.S. Right? It's got interesting story beats. That's where the Dark Slayer sword is introduced. The Moonlight Greatsword is introduced in the very first one. That's like
Right, I know that's
the
a
big,
Kingsfield thing
yeah,
primarily. Yeah.
that's the big sword that you're trying to get in that first game. Second game, you actually can get it, but it's literally sitting behind the final boss, so you have to glitch behind the final boss to get the Moonlight Greatsword. But you can get
That's
it.
insane.
You can get it, and it's
Yeah.
fully usable in the game if you glitch behind the final boss and take it from behind him. But
Wow. My goodness.
and then the third game in the series, Kingsfield 2. I played that last year, and that game, I had tried to play it hot off the heels of playing the other two games, but
Hmm.
I just didn't have the gumption for it at the time. But I finally sat down and played it last year, and
Yeah.
it just improves everything that the first two games does, and it adds in the mix of being a game that's primarily on an overworld,
Mm.
so it feels like a essentially it feels like an open world game on the PlayStation 1.
Wow. That's crazy.
And yeah, it's phenomenal what they do with the technology there. It has NPCs like the other ones, but they feel a lot more fleshed out. They feel a lot more memorable. They feel part of a living, breathing world, more so than I would say even a Dark Souls. Because this world isn't really supposed to be a dying world. It's supposed to be a lived-in world that
Hmm.
is on the brink of destruction, but it's in a different way than like an undead curse sort of thing. So it's supposed to be, living people living in this world essentially.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so yeah, it's a it's a fantastic experience. So um,
Yeah.
that game's just overworld, its design, its dungeons, everything about it. I absolutely loved that experience. Highly recommend the game.
Yeah.
But
Before you go a little bit further on, that's something that I wish they would change a little bit about current FromSoft stuff. Is
mhm,
they do the whole dying world thing, right?
yeah.
It's nice to hear like the lived-in version of that. Like,
Mhm,
I want to see what a FromSoft game looks like when it's like a bustling town square or something. Like using their characterization and their quirkiness and plastering it onto something that is vibrant, right? Instead of
yeah.
decrepit and decaying. That's the one thing I would want at some point. I mean, the theming has to call for it.
Mhm,
All their games, it's made sense that those settings would call for that sort of flavor, right? But that's one thing I would want to see in like a new game from them is like like what does a village look like with a bunch of people to talk to and they're not on the brink of death or whatever.
Mhm.
What's that FromSoft flavor? And they kind of get there with the round table hold a little bit too, that I really like in Elden Ring, and
Mhm.
even with Dark Souls 3 and Dark Souls 1, they get there too. Um, but I kind of want more of that, right? There's kind of like a loneliness you feel with those games. I don't know if you can relate or not, but
Yeah, and they've taken on fantasy themes before in some of their older titles, but I don't
yeah,
think they've done quite a sort of I guess a high fantasy or like a I guess vivid or light sort of
yes,
fantasy,
yeah.
and I think that would be
Mhm.
really interesting for their studio to
Been
um,
very grim dark, yeah.
yeah, even if it's just like a smaller experience, like a Sekiro experience, I think that that'd be
Yes.
interesting to see.
Hmm.
I would love to see them go back to like a Dark Souls sort of formula of like a Metroidvania and
Yeah,
do
for sure.
something in that
Me
design
too.
space um,
Me too. Yeah.
instead of just having the live service and the open world pillars of Elden Ring.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
that going back and reviewing the Metroidvania sort of style, maybe doing
Uh-huh.
like a sort of like a lighter themed game with like full like voice acting, maybe even have like a voiced protagonist or something like that'd be
Yeah.
interesting for them to try
That
and
would be.
do.
I agree. Yeah.
And they can do it. They can do a good fully voiced narrative because that's
Yeah.
exactly what Armored Core 6 is. So
Yes. Right.
that
Hmm. Hmm.
I absolutely adore that game. I'll say it again. I think that that is the best From Software story out there.
Bloodborne takes it for me still, but I'm biased. So.
Yeah, it like there's just not another cohesive From Soft story like that. Armored Core 6, like it
Sekiro gets there a little bit, but I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean.
yeah, it's a
It's more
fully
lined out. Yeah.
featured. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a fully featured story, almost like a movie. Like
Yeah. For
that's
sure.
how Armored Core 6 is. It's a beautiful, fantastic game. But
Yeah. I need to finish that. That's on my pile of
I
shame
love
too.
that game. But
Yeah.
yeah, so that all that to say, yeah, Kingsfield 2, 3, whatever you want to call it.
Sure.
It was a fantastic experience on the PlayStation, and I would rate it as one of my favorite games on the system easily.
Wow.
Um,
No, that's awesome.
yeah, awesome game. So that that game resonated with me a lot last year, and then I also talked about this a little bit on the show. I want to talk about at length Drakengard 3.
Yeah.
I
Please
think
get into it. It's time. Please get
I,
into it.
I I want to do a full review on this at some point
Okay.
before it's out of my like memory, but
Sure. Yeah.
I just I've talked about it already on this show, but I absolutely love that the game exists, and I love
Yeah.
that a game like that was made and is um you know I think that it's the type of game that needs to be preserved, and they need to do something with it. They need to either remaster it or remake it, re-release it on modern platforms, do something with this game.
Sure.
It's locked to the PlayStation 3 right now, and that's a disservice because it it's not the best game on the PlayStation 3. It's not
No.
like even the best game in that sort of Yoko Taro series, but it is an important game because it's a game that signifies a lot of the tropes and things that were going on in that HD generation. Like that's the best I think like if I wanted to explain to someone what that PlayStation 3, Xbox 360 generation looked like in terms of theming and in
Hmm.
terms of characters and in terms of story, then I would show them Drakengard 3's cutscenes because that
Yeah, I could see that for sure.
is it's like a microcosm or a commentary on that era of gaming,
Yeah,
and
for sure, for sure.
it it just in places it like takes itself super seriously, but then in other places it just like goes completely off the rails and just like doesn't even care that people are invested in this game. And yeah, it its gameplay is serviceable. I genuinely think that it plays fine. Um, I found myself enjoying it at times. I also found myself extremely frustrated with it at times. So,
Sure.
um, and it is the last game in that sort of Yoko Taro franchise that throws out the BS final boss that is supposed to be sort of unbeatable. Um, and so, yeah, after that, the Nier games kind of do like, well, I would say that the original Nier doesn't really have anything like that, but um, Automata has something similar to that, but also has like mechanics to alleviate that sort of
Yeah.
frustration.
Hmm. For sure.
But yeah, it's just a really interesting game that I really resonated with and remind me of like just playing games as games. And so I would say that those two games were kind of like the games that were like, yeah, this is why I like video games. You know,
Yeah, sure.
these were two. These are two good examples of just video game ass video games, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And so that's what I think really stood out to me in 2024 in my games that I dabbled with and reminded me of like where, um, for me at least, I like to see gaming. And I think just pure, unadulterated action and just, you know, the systems, um, building the game world, I think, is what I really like to see in games. So,
Yeah, yeah. Dragon Guard 3, that is a hefty chunk of your year, I would say, when it comes to like games that you think of as like hidden gems. You're like,
yeah,
this is something that people need to touch, right?
yeah,
And
yeah,
you got me to buy it. I bought the game. I'm interested in playing it.
yeah. It
Um,
really is a hidden gem on the PlayStation 3. So,
yeah, for sure. It's the initial impressions are, you know, something.
yeah,
I
yeah.
will say. Um, I
Takes some
can't.
time.
I don't have a full feel of it yet.
Yeah, it
I
definitely
will
takes
play more
time to
this
get
year.
into it.
I will. I will. And
Yeah,
I'm there's going to be like a rush of games. It's probably going to be towards the middle of my year, but I bought it to play it. So I don't buy games that I don't play normally. I always intend to go back to them, even though I do miss some from time to time.
yeah,
Very infrequently do I buy games that I am uninterested in, just to
right.
kind of shoot at the whim. But yeah, that's interesting. I like those picks. Those are good. That feels very you, for sure. Those feel like the games I heard the most from you this year, like the
Yeah,
stuff that you were kind of picking at, right? Mine is a big game. Um, it's a game from 2023. It's a very popular game. It's a game that means a lot to me, and it's a game that is kind of a gateway game for me. Um, and I'll get into what that means. But that game is Baldur's Gate 3. It is just. It feels like a Witcher 3. It feels like a game of the moment. It feels like one of these games that comes along and you're just like, this is just special. This is a special game. People wanted to make this, and they pulled it off in every conceivable way. Every part of that game is masterfully put together, built, scripted, designed, artfully made. It is one of these games that you. It's like a Red Dead Redemption 2. It's like a Skyrim. It's like a Fallout 3. It's like a Doom 2016. It feels like a game that is just like, boom, we're here. We are the biggest thing in the world right now. And I was swept up into it, and I was just like, where's this game coming from? You know, and it is due to Larian's hard work that it is as good as it is. A little background from Larian: they are known for the Divinity games. They did a few Divinity games from the past. They did Original Sin and Original Sin 2. 2 specifically was kind of a proof of concept to Wizards of the Coast to make a Baldur's Gate 3. They said like, hey, we want to pitch you on a Baldur's Gate game. That's the game we want to make after Divinity 1. And Wizards of the Coast was like, you're not ready yet. Sure, that game's good. That's nice. That's a fun try. But according to them, through their accounts, they're like, you make another one of these things and it gets better, come back to us. We'll talk to you if you can make something better than this. And they came out with 2, and that game was a smash hit. And it's one of the best in the CRPG genre, right? It feels like with every game, they are setting new records. They are setting new milestones. They're setting new bars of quality in their gameplay and their story, right? And the thing that is so successful about Baldur's Gate 3 is that every act of it feels like its own game in some way, and every act of it is perfect. It is as close to a perfect game as I've played in a while when it comes to like a brand new game that's fresh. Like this game is brand new. We're putting it out there. It is perfect. Like that doesn't happen very often. And it's a nuanced thing. This perfection thing. No game is truly perfect, but it's a masterpiece. And getting into it, I think it has. The story's great. The story's a good story. It's a saving the world story, whatever. It's a D&D story, right? But never have I felt so empowered as a player to noodle around with their systems. Like it feels like if you can think of it, it can happen. Um, you think in terms of D&D and outside of the box as well, everything works. And it's miraculous. There's many different outcomes for your choices in the game. Like you could be doing one thing and I ask somebody else how they handle the situation, it's totally different. And they have accounted for that. Different items do different things. Like not to be too reductive, like there is a lot of choice, a lot of variety with things. Like, if you have a character that can't jump, you put a potion on him, he can jump really far. That's how you get away with that. Or I can't reach this tall object. I stack these barrels on top of this rock, and I hop from barrel to barrel to barrel to barrel to barrel, and then I can jump over it. That works too. Like it's insane the complexity of their design. They've accounted for all player permutations in some way. And there are limits and there are walls to their design for sure, but it feels as creative and as open as any game as I've played in a long time. On a systems level, it feels unparalleled. It feels innovative in every way. But the thing that stuck around, that kept me sticking around with it, is the characters and the story. The party that they have assembled in this game is diverse. They are all interesting, with maybe one exception, and they are all well written. The writing in this game is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. They talk like people. It's so rare for that to happen. I can think of very few instances in games where people talk like actual people. Naughty Dog is very good at this. They're good at personality. They're good at actual writing and intent. When characters are thinking and saying something, sometimes they mean something else differently. And you get that read without having to be explained what's going on. Basically, there's subtlety and nuance to every performance, character or otherwise. I think that's what makes this game so good on the character front. It's character driven, right? You have Astarion, the half elf, who is the best party member I've ever had in a turn-based game, tactical game, whatever. He is like the best party member of all time. Like in as far as I'm concerned. Like Heismay's there too. Like he's there now, but like it's rarefied air for me. Like I think of like RPGs, right? What are the best characters in RPGs? You think of like the oldie, like Final Fantasy VII, or you think like a Suikoden, whatever. Um, this Astarian's hit that pinnacle for me. It's like Astarian, it's like Heismay, it's like Tifa. Like he's up there. He's so there, right? But all their other players are just as good, if not better, too. Like Karlach has the best story of any of your companions, and she's a heartbreaking character. But she's trying to make the best of a bad situation in her life. You have Shadowheart, who has basically been indoctrinated by an evil force, and she has grown up in basically the enemy's house. Like her entire story is fascinating, and it's like we talked about in the metaphor spoiler cast. Every character of your party feels like they have their story they're also chasing. The thing about Baldur's Gate 3 is it masterfully weaves between those stories and the main as you play, even better than even metaphor does. Like all their side stuff is main. Like in Baldur's Gate 3, you do everything in those games. Um, you don't miss their stories because it's weaved into the very fabric of the narrative, right? And they nail it. Even the characters they don't introduce until like Act 3, like returning characters from Baldur's Gate 2 and 1, Jaheir and Minsk are fantastic characters. Um, you have such a diversity and skill set that you can hop from character to character and pull into parties, and everyone is proficient in their ways on a combat level, right? Um, and your character is even more powerful. I play as a paladin. It is just playing D&D, the game,
Yeah.
and it's so good. It's so good. I like D&D, but I don't like the mechanics of D&D like that. I like the storytelling of D&D. But this game captures both and does it even better than if you were to play at home. I truly believe that. It feels like you are authoring your own campaign. It feels like there's a DM watching you, but it never feels mechanical like that. It always feels like I don't know. It's hard to explain. It feels like it knows what's happening and it knows what you're going to do and how it's going to react to your actions. Baldur's Gate 3 is a masterpiece. Everything about it is pristine and well made, and its product. It is a must play game for everybody that has any function to play a video game. I cannot speak about it highly enough. I played it on PS5, and it works beautifully. There's a lot of radials and there's a lot of like toggling and stuff, but it's not that bad. Like they translated to CRPG pretty perfectly, and it doesn't feel cumbersome. Um, but yeah, like talking about it at length like this makes me want to play it again. It is that good of a game. Um, you need to play this game
Yeah.
100%. It is
I've
it feels like one of those games like I talk about forever games a lot. I promise I'm almost done. I know I'm waxing poetic. It's one of these forever games that I feel like I'm always going to come back to. I'm going to see it, I'm going to get a wild hair, and I'm going to be like, I got to play this again. I have to capture that feeling again a little bit. I want to be in that world again. It is, it's so well rendered, realized, and the music. Oh my god, the music is just perfect. It's that the thing that I like about Skyrim the most, not to deviate too much, is the ambiance of the world. The music really captures that. I feel like Baldur's Gate 3 is the closest I've felt um, in a game coming from that, right? It's just walking around the world. There's that ambient music. You're like, ah, I like being here. I like being here. I like being with these people. These are my friends, you know? And I think that's such a powerful emotion to get in a game. Baldur's Gate 3 is a can't miss video game. It's a can't miss video game. If you play one game before you die, this has to be one of them. Like I truly believe that. Um, yeah, every character is fantastic. The one exception I have is Will. Don't like Will. That's fine. His story is still good, but I don't like Will as like a character. Um, that's neither here nor there. That's the one exception. I think that's a pretty good hit rate, honestly,
yeah.
for a party because it's very party heavy. But yeah, I'm sure you have things you want to interject, so feel free.
Yeah, I mean, I've picked up the game and I've played it through Act 1 several
Yeah,
times and
yeah,
just kind of like toying with what I want to do in the game with
Sure.
the game. And I
Yeah.
don't know, I don't like CRPG systems. Like
Sure.
that's just not something that I really enjoy. I
Yeah,
barely
it's a
even
flavor
like
thing. Yeah.
JRPG systems, so
Sure.
I definitely struggle with getting into
Yeah.
it. But I do want to experience that story.
I yeah, this is what I would say. Just put it on easy, play through the story. I really think that would
Yeah,
benefit you.
I
Yeah, I
tried
really do.
I've tried an evil playthrough and I didn't really click with that. Maybe I just need to go with
Yeah.
like a good
Just do the regular. Yeah, just be
playthrough.
like your favorite class. Yeah.
Yeah,
Just do everything you think. Like if you're gonna make a D&D character, like skew to your favorite. Like I picked Paladin. Paladin's my favorite D&D character to
sure.
play.
Yeah,
And it's so much fun. Like do the things you think you'll like. Put it on easy.
yeah,
It's gonna take you for a ride. You're gonna enjoy it. I really believe
yeah.
that.
I need to do that when I get the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
I have to stress this too. If anybody's listening, don't feel bad
Mhm.
about putting your games on easy. Like
Yeah,
it's not a
no.
game. It's not a game journalist thing. Play more games. Like just play more games.
Yeah.
I think that's so stupid. People should decide how they want to play their games.
Yeah,
I think it's so dumb. I don't have time to play the hardest things in the world. I don't. It puts me off, honestly. Like I want to play as much as I want to play at the level I want to play it. Allow it, right?
Yeah, yeah, and I think that's part of my struggle with like a Elden Ring is that
Sure.
that DLC. It
Yeah.
it's it I don't want to engage with some of the mechanics that make the game easier to get through.
Yeah.
And I left that game at a part where I wasn't even like stuck or anything necessarily. I just kind of just got burnt out on that open world area
Yeah.
of it.
Sure.
I was just exploring the open world, and I was like in between, finding challenges, finding bosses, and I was like, yeah, I'm not really enjoying this. But I
Hmm.
think being able to engage with systems and games that speed things up is pretty essential these days.
Yeah, for sure.
Something that, as a longtime FromSoft player, I need to get better at doing personally.
It's tough, man. Like I hate to be a curmudgeon, I really do, because I love their games. They're like my favorite studio from Soft. Like I play everything that they put out, and I usually finish everything they put out. But I feel like they're not losing sight. That's the wrong thing to say. I feel like I'm not liking as much as what they're putting out. Or they're hewing the systems I don't like as much. I just think the design of the DLC is something I don't want to see again.
Yeah.
You know, um, and I'm honestly not that interested in Elden Ring Night Rain. When I heard that, I was like, I don't know about this, man. I don't like playing those games multiplayer really anyway, but with it on a timer sounds terrible. Like to be honest with you.
It might be fun to mess around
It might
with,
be, and I'm
but
sure I would enjoy it, but just the
I might
idea of it puts me off.
dabble with it, but I don't think it would be something I would return to frequently at like they
Yeah.
intend as it being like this sort of live service thing.
Hmm. And I don't like judging games before they come out. I
Right.
see people do this on YouTube all the time. Like there's this guy, I don't want to call him out. I forget his name anyway, actually. But he was like Indiana Jones hadn't come out and he was like, "Oh, I don't know about this. Like I don't think I'm going to play it. Or I'm going to play it and not like it." Like he's already decided how he's going to feel about it. And the comments were kind of roasting him for it, going like, "Yeah, you've already decided you don't like it. It's not for you anyway. Like it just
Yeah.
we don't need you here. You're just being negative just to
Yeah, I want
the
to check
farm,
out
right?"
Night Rain. I want to like Night Rain because
I do too, and I'm
think it
not
could
usually like
be-
that, but
I think it could be an interesting take, but I am
Yeah.
also like, I'm being realistic about it, and it just doesn't seem like FromSoft's wheelhouse.
it feels anti FromSoft game, and they're doing it. I'm just like, what's the impetus for making this? I don't know where's this direction coming from? Is it coming from the studio itself? Is it coming from corporate pressures? What is this? Like, what is it? I want to know who's directing it. Like, I want to know a lot about it. Like, what is this project even? How did it happen? Right? I don't know.
Uh,
I'm of a
I'm
million
I'm
minds about
hoping
it.
it's just some sort of holdover until the next
Could be.
big from
Yeah.
soft thing, and I would like for, like we were saying earlier, them to do something original rather than
Yeah, I agree.
even remotely close to Dark Souls, other than those core Souls systems and
Yeah.
mechanics. I think that
Right.
staying in their wheelhouse of Souls like games, but picking a new theme, picking a new world, and maybe even picking a new storytelling sort of uh, a way of doing storytelling, or picking a
Sure.
making it a bit
Sure.
more dynamic, I think would be really
Hmm.
interesting, blending sort of what the lessons learned from Armored Core 6
Yeah.
into a Souls game. I think would be really interesting to see that sort of
Yeah.
storytelling
Yeah.
make its way into a
I'm
Souls game.
interested. I'm interested to see how it shakes out. I just don't know how it's gonna do. I don't know. It's gonna do well. I just don't know how I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna play it for sure because I play everything they make. But
Yeah,
anyway,
yeah,
that's my old game of the year. It's just Baldur's Gate 3. Like,
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
I think
it's
that
play
that's
it.
a
Play
good.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great RPG with a great cast, even from what I've
Yes.
played of it.
Amazing cast. The cast is phenomenal.
Games like that where you have like a living, breathing cast, I think are really where the RPG game
Yeah.
space shines the most.
Hmm.
Octopath was like that for me. Metaphor was
Yeah.
like that for me.
But this, I still feel this way. The cast for Baldur's Gate still outshines Metaphor. I don't think I think Heisman is the strongest of that, but think of it like there's a Heisman pretty much your entire party. Like that's how I feel about Baldur's Gate 3.
That's fair.
Like that strongly.
Yeah.
So, um, it's
It,
just so good, so good.
yeah, JRPGs kind of live, and RPGs in general just kind of live and die like by their cast, and
Yeah, yeah,
the
totally.
that's why a lot of these like older um, JRPG titles with like a smaller core cast, like your Final Fantasy sevens, things like that, are
Chrono
really
Trigger, yeah,
so
hmm,
memorable. Chrono Trigger, yeah.
yeah,
For me, it's definitely like Lunar and
yeah,
Grandia are definitely like the two like really big ones with like a core cast that I just really like.
hmm,
Um, but even like newer titles like Octopath Traveler 1 and 2, I think have really good
hmm.
core
Octopath's a good
casts
game. Yeah,
that have
yeah. I've been playing
just
more Octopath.
kind of a
Good game.
living, breathing world built around sort of these characters telling their sort of stories.
Yeah.
And I think in some ways, the second game I might even like more than the first game. I think that
Hmm.
a lot of the stories in the second game are a lot different than your typical sort of JRPG fantasy fare. So
Sure, sure.
yeah, I think that both games have fantastic casts, though. Very memorable
Yeah,
cast in both games. So
yeah, for sure. I think that's a great pick for both. I think I like your picks, and I like my game. It
yeah,
was like a game I'll definitely return to.
yeah,
But yeah, let's hop to the next one. I think this is gonna be fun. I played a lot of interesting stuff this year. A lot of fun mechanics. Best mechanic. That's kind of what I want to talk about. Like, what is something like that's fun to do in a game? Like, what's the best time you've had playing a game this year on a mechanics front? And what I mean by that is like mechanics in games that you can point at and go like, this is what makes this game awesome. Like, what's one thing that you point at and go like, this is it, for this year for me. Um, I kind of want to go first because I don't want to lose it. I've been thinking about this and I always forget it. Um, I think my favorite mechanic this year of any of the games, right, is Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown. Fantastic game. It's on my top 10. Has so many good mechanics. Like it's insane. It is the best playing Metroidvania I've ever played. It's that good. Um, it has it has a teleport that I've never seen done in a game where you throw like your like these basically these discs in a direction, and you warp directly to it, and from there you can jump and dash off of that. And that is that game in a nutshell. Is that mechanic having so many options to pivot off of it,
Mhm.
right? That game is the most fluid, fast, and frenetic game in that genre I've ever played. Like it's so hard too. That game is tough. It's so tough. Um, but it feels like Metroid Dread in that way, where it's tough but fair,
Yeah.
and they give you the skill set to succeed, and they expect you to execute on it. It's like Sekiro that way, where they're like, "We're gonna give you this toolbox. You need to be proficient at this, or you're going to get completely boned." Right? Prince of Persia just, and I'll talk about it here, so I kind of don't have to talk about it in my game of the year, top 10. I just think it is the most fun game I've played this year, like for sure, on a mechanics front. It is. It feels like you said earlier about Dragon. It feels like a video game ass video game. Like it
Mm.
really feels that way. It feels like people that understood the genre kind of took it down and rebuilt it in their own image.
Yeah.
They have so many interesting mechanics. You don't get a double jump in this game till like the last third of it,
Hmm.
but you never feel like you're without ways to get around. The skill set is so fleshed out. You never feel like you're missing that until you get it and you're like, this has a double jump too? That's insane. Like you forget that you need one. And then you get it and you're like, this makes this game so much better now, right? But there's so many interesting things to this game. Um, the mechanic is my favorite, where you're throwing something, you warp directly to where you throw it, and it's a great way to unlock secrets, attack enemies. There's some crazy stuff though in this game, like that I want to talk about. The story's like not important. I don't think the story's amazing. Interesting. There's some interesting parts of it, but since we're in mechanics, I feel like this is a mechanics game. This is the most important thing about the game is the move set. There's some insane ideas they do with the move set. It's a Metroidvania, so there's different rooms and stuff throughout this game, like this map. Think of it like a Hollow Knight or something. You're going from room to room, getting secrets, getting treasures, whatever. They have a function where it's a snapshot feature that I've never seen put in this game in a game, where you can literally take a picture of a secret you can't get to, mark it for later, and then when you go to that room again, you're like, okay, what did I need to do here? At a glance, you have this save picture like on that grid piece. You click on it, it expands and goes like, oh right, I remember this secret. I know where this is. I want to go back here.
Hmm.
It's so cool. No game's ever done that.
Yeah.
But they also have like you don't get a bomb in this game like you do in like a regular Metrovania, something to explode something. You're literally like pocketing it with this like portal dimension. It's insane. Like you do this like umbral swipe and it captures like a bomb in a second dimension and you can throw it again by swiping again. You can do that with enemies too. You can swipe an enemy, blink them out of existence, and then take them with you. Do whatever you need to do. Blink them back and have them attack for you, and they become like under your thrall and be on your team. That's crazy. It's a Metroidvania. Like it's insane. Uh, but then the move set, like the actual locomotion of this game is so kinetic and fantastically put together. Like you're slide dashing and canceling, and you're doing acrobatic jumps, backflips into like pirouettes to like this portal, and it's just the actual chaining of movement is just the best I've ever seen in a Metroidvania. Um, like I said, Metroid Dread is up there, like for like the complete package for me. This beats that. It is the best you can play. I really don't want people to miss it because the team there's not gonna be another one of these games, which is such a shame. Such a shame. This game didn't hit sales targets for Ubisoft, which it needs all these sales targets to justify its existence, right? But I'm telling you, don't miss it. It is so worth playing. It's not a long game. It's like 15, 20 hours. Um, and you will enjoy yourself. If you don't, whatever. You're a bad person. I don't know what to tell you. Um, but since we're talking about mechanics, on the mechanics front, this game is the best mechanically assembled game I've played this year. It is impeccable in its mechanics and design. I cannot stress that enough. You will have a blast playing this game. It is the most fun thing I've played this year. And that mechanic, that portal mechanic, I've never seen it happen in a game. Never seen it done. So, Prince of Persia, the entire package is like mechanics for me. It's there. It's my I will say it's my number three. Um, game of the year. It's that high for me. But yeah, any questions, or if not, you can go ahead with yours.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really like a huge Metroidvania fan. I think I've talked about Toho Luna Nights as like my favorite
Yeah,
one of that
for sure.
genre. That game feels a lot like a mechanics driven game, sort of like a Prince of Persia or a Metroid Dread, to where you just
Yeah.
feel like you're constantly getting interesting tools to work with and interesting power ups, and you in that game it's more of a it's got like the Toho spin on, you also slowly start to feel more and more like you're a sort of a boss character in one of those
Yeah,
bullet hell games, and so they give you
sure.
like the tools to like create your own bullet hell while also avoiding other enemy bullet hells. So
Oh wow, that's
yeah,
crazy.
it's a lot of fun. The
I've never heard of
the
something like that.
yeah, it really translates the bullet hell gameplay into a Metroidvania shell extremely well. It's part of the reason why I love the game, but because I'm a huge fan of those bullet hell shooters. So, but yeah, so I'll have to check that out because um, yeah, I
Yeah,
haven't
I
played
highly
a lot
recommend
of
it.
Metroidvanias. I do need to get around to the Metroidvania, Symphony of the Night at some point. That's still
Yeah,
like on my
that's
bucket list
pile of
of
shame for me too. Pile of
yeah.
shame.
I need to get through that game at some point because
Yeah,
I know I would like it if I just sat down and gave it a shot, but
sure.
I'm also sure that it has like clunky systems to where I'm probably gonna want to go through that with like a guide or something because
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
um, it has a lot of like hidden things, and you don't really get the full experience from what I understand unless if you like find all the hidden sort of things in that game. So, but yeah. So I was gonna mention they've also got that that Pac-Man game that they
yeah,
sort of use Secret Level as like the advertising for before
sure.
the game was announced. That
Right, right, right.
Pac-Man Metroidvania. What do you think of that? Is that you think that's going to be the killer of the Metroidvanias? It's gonna
I
be
don't know
the
the
next big
pedigree.
one,
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the pedigree behind that, so I can't really make a value judgment yet. I
right?
can't really do that until I play the game anyway. But
Yeah,
the concept is interesting enough. I'm like, I'll I'll check this out.
yeah.
It's a very interesting take on that, idea.
Uh,
It's so weird to have biblical Pac-Man, but
biblically
um,
accurate Pac-Man. Yep.
yeah. But yeah, I guess I'll have to see. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure. That's just my 2 cents.
I think at the very least it'll be an interesting romp, and it'll be a weird take on the IP. So
Sure, sure. Yeah,
it's
yeah.
Pac-Man. I mean, they've always done weird stuff with that franchise.
Right.
Like ever since they did like Pac-Man Land, it was just like it all went kind of sideways from there. I don't want to say downhill, but just kind of
Yeah,
sideways. That franchise has always just been a sideways sort of franchise. Like games are either hits or complete misses. And
sure, sure.
they when they're complete misses, they're at least like interesting in that.
Hmm.
So
Yeah, yeah, for sure. So yeah, that's yeah. My mechanic is basically all the Metroidvania functionality of Prince of Persia, but chiefly
sure,
the portal throw.
sure.
Yeah, I guess yeah. What's yours for this year?
Yeah, I thought about it, and I think what I want to highlight that stood out to me the most this year in my gameplay experience, and we're gonna end up talking about this game a lot. So
Okay,
buckle
sure.
up.
I know. I think I know
But
what you're talking about. Yeah.
the overworld combat and metaphor, I think,
Yes, that was
is
going to be my
my
second if you didn't say this. Yes,
is my
I
mechanic
agree.
of the year. I thought about
I
it,
was gonna say that was gonna
and
be my second. Yep. I'm
it
so glad you said this.
it completely revolutionized. Like as I've said, I'm not a huge JRPG fan. One of the things I don't like about it is the repetitive
Hmm.
combat. It
Uh-huh.
completely revolutionizes that repetitive combat. You get
Yep.
just the amount to to whet your palate of
Yep.
JRPG combat, and then
Yep.
when you've had enough, the game's like, yeah, okay, they're probably tired of fighting these enemies. We're just gonna let you instantly kill these enemies on the overworld
It's so smart, dude. It's so
instead of making you go into
smart.
battles against them.
It's like it's such a good idea. It's like, why has this not happened
Yeah,
before?
yeah,
Why has this not been implemented in other games of its type? It's
yeah.
just so
It's
obvious, right?
such low hanging fruit. Like,
It's a fast forward button, but you're actually like you have major input in it and you feel like you're doing something
you
still.
feel like you're doing something still, like by essentially turning it into a Musou game, right? You just
Yeah,
are
it
hack and
really is.
slash,
Yeah.
like, yeah, I'm
Mhm.
just gonna go through and I'm gonna mow down these enemies, and
100%.
I don't have to go into the RPG mode to do it. And
Yeah.
it not only is it great for just like getting around a dungeon that you've been in forever, and you're just the dungeon's kind of losing its luster, and you're like, okay, I just want to get through this thing,
Yeah.
but it's also great for grinding. If you're like, yeah, I need to hit some benchmarks, or I want to get this job leveled up, or whatever. It just makes that process just so much more smooth, and
Totally.
I find
100%.
myself missing it when I'm playing other
I know.
games
That's
in
what
the
I'm saying. It's
JRPG.
so good. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's such an innovation that just seems like low hanging fruit that
Yeah.
hopefully traditional JRPGs will pick up on and be like, yeah, okay, we can do that, and hopefully that becomes like a industry standard of
Yeah.
similar mechanics that just
Hmm.
speed up your experience essentially.
It's
Because
like a please take this functionality. Like
yeah,
it's such a good idea. Like every game needs to copy paste. Like
yeah,
that because especially for big long games, this game is already long enough.
yeah.
Like I can't imagine how much longer it would have been if you're doing turn-based battles all the time.
Yeah.
It's a perfect balance by the end of that game,
It
right?
yeah, it feels really good to be able to just
Yes.
get your
100%.
fix of the turn-based battles for an area, and then after you've had your fill, the game's like, okay, you've had enough. We get it. We're just gonna
Hmm.
let you progress through the area
Yeah.
unhindered.
I can't stress enough how much of a quality of life feature this is for the combat. It
But
needs to be
you
replicated.
also feel like you're accomplishing and doing
Yes.
something, unlike
Yep.
say like using a repel in a Pokemon game, right? Like you use your repel, and then it's like, well, now I'm not seeing any Pokemon, so like
Yep.
why am I
Yep.
even playing this game? Like the whole point is
Totally.
to see Pokemon. I'm turning off the Pokemon. What's the point of playing it?
Right.
It's such a counterintuitive mechanic compared to just like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna have my Pokemon out and about,
Yeah.
and he's just gonna be, guard dog, around me, just kill whatever little guys, come after me,
That would be
and then if
awesome.
I find
Yeah.
like a big guy, then I go into the RPG battle and
Right.
actually, swap around my team and things like that. I think that would be a great example of, a mechanic similar to Metaphor, but not like completely ripping it off.
Yeah.
That they could do,
Totally.
because they've already had like, games where your Pokemon just walks around behind you. Why not just let him, like, yeah, sick him, boy, So,
Right. Right.
yeah.
Yeah. I totally agree with you. Like I said, this would have been my pick, if not for the Prince of Persian stuff, because
Sure.
it is that good.
Yeah.
I'm so glad you said that. I was hoping you'd say that because it's just yeah, totally. I
Yeah.
100% agree with you. Um, yeah, totally. I love that pick. I love it. Perfect. Best mechanic for me, it's Portal. For you, it's hack and slash.
Yeah,
I
hack and
mean, it really
slash.
is what it
Yeah.
is. It really is
Introducing
that.
hack and slash into JRPGs.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And talking about JRPGs, we metaphors. I think we both say is our game of the year.
Yeah.
I feel confident about that, and that's not a spoiler.
No.
I think we have been very open about that.
Yeah.
It's been my game of the year since I finished it. Same for you.
Yep.
And we're going to kind of talk about it in the next two categories pretty heavily. But before we get into it, because we have a whole spoiler cast about this, so I encourage people that want to, hear the catharsis about the end of this game and all of its goings on to listen to that. You can listen to what we have to say here. It won't be as in depth as that, so I recommend it. But we will be hitting on some stuff we've talked about for sure because we've kind of set our piece about it at this point. But the next category is best character or best new character, whatever you want to say. Best character, we both have the same one for sure. So I want to highlight some kind of like honorable mentions, at least for me. And you can do this too if you like. This is just something I want to do.
Sure.
And the thing I want to highlight is Silent Hill 2. It's not a new game. It's not an old game. It's kind of a remake of Silent Hill 2. And I think the characters in that game are so they're like freshly realized in this new way, in this new setting. I think both versions of these characters exist. I think that's important. Seeing the differences between old James and new James is so important because I feel like they inform each other, right? Having a same, like, it's kind of how I feel about Resident Evil 4 original and new, is both of those games are in conversation with the other. And I think that's what makes both interesting in some way. I think the performances for James specifically and all the kind of side characters are better in Silent Hill 2, but it's also in the remake, but it's also going for something different than the original flavoring, right? It's supposed to be, first one's more dreamy and more off kilter. This one's kind of going for more realism and a more nuanced take. And no, I guess in no better way than in the jail scene with James talking to his kind of like seductress, I guess. I forget what her name is. Is it Alice? No, it's not Alice. I forget what her name is. Anyway, the person that's kind of tempting him throughout the game. There's a great spin on that kind of jail scene in Silent Hill 2 remake, where the original is mostly focused on, or Maria, I think that's her name. It's mostly focused on Maria's face in the first one, where she's like reaching through the bars and kind of holding his face, right? And she's trying to kind of like woo him and seduce him when she's trying to kind of sway him, right? What this new one does, it's so brilliant. It's my favorite. It's one of my favorite parts of the game. It's an iconic scene of the original, and I'm very familiar with it now, especially doing all the research for my review and talking about 2, even though I haven't finished the original completely all the way through, even though I've played a lot of it. They changed the camera angle of that particular scene, and they flip it. They put it on James' face only, and you see her hands caressing his face, and you see how he's thinking and how he's reacting to what she's saying at this point, and when she's kind of talking, and you see like the pull of her and him trying to kind of he's trying not to be swayed by what she's saying, and he's kind of grossed out, and there's it's facial nuance that you don't get in the original, for one, because it's a different camera angle, and two, the technology that we have nowadays is it's progressed so highly where we're able to see kind of an imitation of human emotions from like a capture of human performance. And I think it is so well done, that scene in particular. I think it's, like I said, they speak to each other, both versions, but this one is such a nuanced take on an old idea. I can't help but love it. I think that main performance of James is so good. It is the best performance I've seen in a video game in a long time. I think another one that really hits is Roger. What's his name? Roger something. I forget his name. It's not Roger Moore. I want to say Roger Moore. Why do I want to say that? He plays the main character of Red Dead Redemption 2. Like that sort of like character realization it feels completely 100% perfect throughout. Embodying a person embodying a certain character. Um, Gosh, I can't remember his name. It's gonna drive me crazy. Roger Clark. That's his name. Roger Clark, playing Arthur Morgan in Red Dead Redemption 2. That's the last one I've seen performance wise that's come close to it. Um, or this James performance is so high quality. That's the one thing I can compare, right? Um, but yeah, that flip is really interesting to see that, and all the other characters, that nuance and performance is really important. So yeah, I guess what do you have to say about any of that?
Yeah, I mean, for me, James's performance in that original Silent Hill 2 is just
Yeah,
absolutely phenomenal. I need to get around to
yeah.
playing that remake so I can
I'm really
fully
excited to
learn.
hear what you think about it specifically
Yeah,
because
I
you are
need
so passionate about the
to.
first.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but he's easily my favorite. That's Silent Hill 2 is easily my favorite survival horror game. Like
sure.
that
Yeah,
is, I just absolutely adore that game.
yeah, for sure.
And so yeah, I need to form my thoughts on that remake. But
Yeah,
the
this year
game,
you'll definitely have time to play
it's
it.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. The game, it its characters are definitely the framework's there for them to be you know um expounded on in a remake. So I'm looking
yeah,
forward to seeing if I can find
yeah.
the same things that you did in the remake. So
I think you will, and I'm interested to see how you feel about the changes mostly,
yeah.
right? But I think that's the strongest part of the game is the character performances, and it's weird to say best character about an old character. He's not best character for me.
Hmm.
I'm giving it to somebody else, but honorable mention to the James performance this time,
Yeah.
James Sunderland. They really do a fantastic job, and also I want to shout out also Troy Baker as Indiana Jones. He's impeccable in that role. It's so good. Like he is Harrison Ford. There's not much to say about it. You need to play that game. Like he is 100% one for one. He's got praise from Harrison Ford, the man. Like he is that good. Um, that's a can't miss performance this year too. Um, but yeah, any honorable mentions you want to throw out before we kind of get to the winner of this category?
Yeah. So I have two characters I want to highlight that
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do
from
that, and we'll talk about the winner later.
2024. Just like yeah, honorable mentions. I want to highlight the new design for Dizzy in Guilty Gear Strive, Queen Dizzy.
Okay.
I think that so my background with the Guilty Gear series is that like I've been playing since the PSP, so I'm a very
Sure.
long time fan. Adore Guilty Gear. I could rattle off the entire lore in its entirety, including all the characters like backgrounds and like I
Dang.
love that game. Easily my favorite fighting game series.
Tell me about Eno. I want to know about Eno.
Yeah, the witch character that
Yeah.
kind of shows up and makes a mess of things in pretty much all the games. But yeah, it's fine. I'm not a huge fan, but I
Sure,
mean
sure.
that.
That's fine. I'm just
Yeah,
giving you
no,
shit.
I could rattle off whatever of her story, but
Yeah.
basically, um, so I've been playing the games for a while, but Strive likes to introduce new designs for characters.
Hmm.
Sometimes they're hits for me. Um, Sometimes they're not so great. I won't go into specific ones that I dislike, but Queen Dizzy's was I think the correct um, design. Like I think they made the right choice in sort of um, giving her a more refined and a more mature design compared to
Okay.
her previous designs, and a more they brought it in. They reeled a lot of her design aspects in. The Dizzy's always been a character that has had very bombastic design choices is a very shocking character to look at for her old design compared to her
Hmm.
new design, where they sort of mellow all of the elements out, giving her sort of a streamlined look to the point where even like her two wings, which are
Oh
like,
wow.
yeah,
Yeah,
you
I'm
compare
seeing
her
that.
her new design to her old design. Like her new design, each of the like the angel and the devil wings that she sort of have um, are like very like a big part of her design, whereas in the new
Yeah,
design they're kind of in the background as like
I
just.
see exactly what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
That new design looks fantastic
Uh-huh,
comparatively.
yeah. Yeah, I
Yeah,
completely agree. And I'm
I
somebody who
know
really
exactly what you mean.
I like old Dizzy quite a bit, but I think I like the new design better. And I think the new
Yeah.
design is important for keeping with her current character and what her current character does,
Hmm.
and how her
Wow,
current
that's a great design.
character is in like the lore and in the setting of Guilty Gear Strive. I think that
Hmm.
this new design makes perfect sense, and
That is such a. I gotta say, that's a strong redesign. I'm
yeah,
not
it's a
even trying
very
to.
very strong redesign. So that I
I
want
don't.
to.
I know nothing about this character.
Mm-hmm.
She looks really, really appealing. Yeah.
Yeah, yep. So yeah, she's yeah, I definitely want to play that game more this year because I.
They are adding the cyberpunk character to this, right?
Yes,
Lucy.
yes, Lucy. Yep, they are.
That's cool.
That's gonna
Very
be the
cool.
first crossover character in franchise history. So
Huge. Yeah. That's what a cool idea.
yeah, no, it's cool. I think it's really interesting. I don't want to see a lot of it, but just the one is like, yeah, that's fine. Just
Yeah.
the
Sure.
one character is fine. Throw her in there, sure.
I like that they wanted to do it because they like that show enough. I think that's
Yeah,
cool.
yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
She feels like she would fit in that world pretty well too.
Yeah, yeah, I think it'll be a good fit for the game.
Yeah.
It'll be a
For sure.
little bit weird, I think, as like a, you know, somebody who's invested in this series in this world.
Yeah.
For me, be a little bit weird, but I think that it's a fine choice. I wouldn't want another franchise. Let's put it that way.
Sure.
So, I
Sure.
think Cyberpunk
I
Edge
got you.
Runners is a good fit. But
Got you. Okay. Nice. Nice. What else you
so
got?
yeah, so yeah, that was Queen Dizzy. I think it's a really fantastic um, design choice. I think that the old design is good, and I like reflecting on that old design, but I think that the new design is just a better fit
Yeah.
for the series moving forward. And yeah, they've done a lot of design changes in Strive that have either been hit or miss, in my opinion. But
Yeah.
this is definitely a hit. So the other choice that I want to highlight this year, I want to highlight Shadow the Hedgehog in
Yeah, man.
in Shadow Generations. I think that
Year of the Shadow.
performance.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the Year of the Shadow. Yep, yep. And Year of Shadow, and I think that Kirk Thornton just really nailed it with his performance of Shadow this year in Shadow Generations. I felt like a kid again playing through Shadow the Hedgehog, playing through Sonic Heroes, playing through Sonic Adventure 2.
Sure.
I love the character of Shadow, and for a long time, Shadow's appearance in games, he just hasn't felt like Shadow. But they really nailed it with the writing of Shadow in Shadow Generations. He feels just like you're just picking back up where you left off from
That's cool.
Shadow the Hedgehog. So, yeah.
That's awesome. So okay, kind of part and parcel with this is the Keanu performance in the movie and then in the game. I hear in the game he's not good.
Okay.
In the movie he's great.
I need
in the
to.
movie he's great.
Yeah, I do need to play through that
Yeah.
Keanu DLC. But
Yeah, I guess let me know how that is because I've heard some really tepid things about that.
I have to.
Yeah. Yeah, but the movie he is excellent as Shadow.
Yeah,
He's perfect.
yeah, excellent movie performance.
Yeah,
but,
I think honestly, just for me, I think Shadow is a more appealing character than Sonic. That's just me. I think Shadow is really interesting.
Yeah,
Um,
no, he
his whole story is, now that I know the story, I'm like, wow, I'm invested in this character now.
yeah.
That's cool,
Yeah,
you know?
he's a really interesting character. Yeah, I really like just the mythos behind him
Yeah,
and what
yeah,
they
yeah.
want to do with that character. You know, they give the game series a bit of bite to it, so to speak. So give it stakes. I think that's what Shadow's always been about, is giving the series some actual stakes and some actual
Yeah.
depth. So that just it hasn't had really
Mhm.
since you know basically in a game with Shadow always adds a bit of depth,
Right.
I think. So
Yeah. Shout out Shadow, the year of the Shadow. He's been everywhere this
yeah,
year.
no,
So.
that's what Sega themselves call it too. So
Oh,
but
really? That's cool.
yeah,
I was kind
it
of
was
joking,
kind of
but
like
that's cool.
year of Luigi sort of thing. It was
Yeah. Yeah.
for
Sega's
Sega.
just been
They,
Sega's been killing it, man. They've been just killing it lately.
yeah, yeah.
So good.
It
I guess. Well, yeah. I guess that's a good segue to kind of the winner of this category. Like,
yeah,
Heisman wins this category, and it's not close.
yeah,
It's not close, and like we got into it in spoiler cast, but he is the best character that Atlas has ever made. I think.
yeah,
I truly believe that. He is just so well written and defined. He has the best story of any of the characters in the game. He is the one of the best party members in the game, I think.
mm,
That's just me. Um, and his performance is unbelievable on the voice acting front. In any version, like in Japanese, I've heard his Japanese VO, but I want to highlight his American VO. It is just so good.
mm-hmm.
And the things he says are just amazing. Some Daka. It's like he's like this like bat bunny guy, and he's got the deepest voice of any cast member. It's amazing. Such a cool idea. Such a cool choice. And we talked about the mascotiness of him. I don't mean it as him being a mascot. It's him being like a cutesy version, like, oh, what is this guy gonna be? But he's not that. He's just not that. He has such a depth and nuance to his character,
Yeah,
and we both cried during his bond. Like he is
yeah,
just such an affecting story. Um, and he's the best party member. He's the best story. I think he's got a fantastic design. I love his race. The UG for so cool.
yeah.
Um, it just
Very
man,
unique.
Heisman, very unique. He feels like one of one. I haven't seen a character in any RPG that's close to him.
Yeah,
Not really. I guess the closest I can think of is like Barrett from Final Fantasy VII, but even he's not as fleshed out as Heisman is.
yeah. Heisme subverts all your expectations for the character for sure.
That's a great way to say it. Yeah, he's subverted every one of mine, 100%.
Yeah, he feels like the most human character in a
Yeah,
game
I
full
love
of
that.
like characters that have like humanoid designs. I think the
Yeah,
least humanoid design in the game
I love
probably
that.
feels the most human. So
I love that, man. I love
yeah,
that you said that. That's so right. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, totally. Like there is that humanity that is at its basis core, like it's a story of grief,
yeah,
you know, and how somebody deals with that and how to move on from that and how to understand who you are as a person in the wake of it. Like, does it define you? Does it not? How does this interweave with your personage, right?
hmm
It's just the writing that they do for Heisme is one of one. There is not a better Atlas character, I think, that you can find. I think it is worth playing the game specifically to meet Heisme. He is
yeah,
so important to me. Um, I can't stress it enough. Heisme wins this category. It's not close, and I don't like I said. Baldur's Gate 3 has the best party composition, but alone, I don't know if they're as strong as a Heisme is throughout. With you know, it's hard. It's hard to like. I feel one way about it and then I feel another.
hmm
I think the writing for Heisme is stronger than the writing for the Baldur's Gate characters, but the persona is stronger than Heisme in some ways too. So it's
hmm
kind of like differences, right? It's
sure,
kind of you're nitpicking at some point. Um, but like I said, it's a party full of Heismays for Baldur's Gate 3 for me, but Heismay himself is singular as a character. There's nobody like him in any game.
Yeah.
I truly believe that. He feels novel. He feels novel, you know. Um, if you really want to hear our thoughts on it, please listen to the spoiler cast. We really, really, really get into his bond.
Yeah.
Um,
We go
and we
deep.
really talk. We go super deep on Heisman. I think
Yeah.
people need to listen to that. But just touching it, he wins this category.
Yep.
He wins this category
Yep.
for sure. And I'm so excited to see what they do next as a company and as a development team. They're capable of this for their first crack at this like version. What is this next game going to be, and how much further can they go? Right now that they're capable of this, it's insane.
Yeah, I want to see them not only revisit the world of Metaphor, but even like
100%.
tackling different settings, maybe like trying to tackle a futuristic setting or something. Who knows?
Yes, absolutely. I think
but-
futuristic should be really interesting because the world building they do here. You've seen a bunch of medieval worlds, but
Yeah,
you don't see a lot of like future settings in JRPG specifically. You have like Star Ocean and like Fantasy Star, but it doesn't happen very often. Seeing them tackle that would be interesting too. I
yeah, that would
agree.
be really unique.
Yeah,
But
for sure.
yeah, I think even with what we have, though, I mean that Metaphor is a very wholly, singular game in the sort of medieval fantasy setting. I
Yeah.
think that there's
It's
not a
unique
game
unto itself.
like
Yeah,
it. Yeah,
yeah, definitely, definitely. It has the medieval flavoring. It's got the setting, the weapons, but in some ways it feels like an alien medieval setting almost. It's hard
Yeah.
to explain.
I guess we can
Um,
kind of move into best story
Yeah.
then.
Well,
'Cause,
we'll talk about that for sure. So, like, I changed this a little bit, right? The winner's Heisman, that's the end of the category.
Yeah.
To segue into this, we're kind of talking more about Metaphor because that wins it for us too.
Yeah.
Like, that's the best
Yeah.
story, and it's hard to say it's like a sweep, but it is. Like
Yeah.
Metaphor's so good. I changed it from best story to best story / sequence. I think because there's a specific moment in this game I want to talk about again.
Mhm.
It's the opera house scene.
Okay.
That's it.
What
The
part of it?
entire okay. It's not just the build up; it's the twist,
Mhm.
the many twists, and we get into it in the spoilercast as well. Um, it's the death and resurrection spoilers of Luis.
Yeah.
That is so. It's the greatest thing It's the most like. It's the best thing they set up, and it's the craziest thing they knocked down. Like I was shocked. My
Yeah.
mouth was on the floor when I saw all that
Yeah.
happening. I was like, "What is happening?" It's
I
like
didn't
30 minutes of
expect
crazy stuff.
Any of it? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. The buildup is you're coming from Etria with the brothers, right? And they're kind of feeling a certain way about you guys. They're like, we kind of like him, but we got to work for Luis and this and that. And there's some contention there. And you've just gained another party member with Yufa, and you got like the one thing that can kill Luis coming back from that. And you're basically doing the suicide mission. Like you're going to do the thing, and you're going into the belly of the beast. You are in Altabury, where there's like sanctism everywhere, right? You are in hell for the most part, which is ironic given the religious nature of the entire setting, right? But you're basically like you're doing this cover where Juna's singing, and going to kill Luis yourself with the help of your partner Gallica, and the juxtaposition of Juna on stage singing the song to Gallica, Yufa, and yourself trying to pull off a crazy assassination, and then what happens after that, and every stage, it hasn't been taught for me in the game. I think that's the pinnacle of the game for me. There's a lot of highlights in that game for sure, but just the build up and staccato of crazy moments for like 30 minutes to an hour was unmatched. It's one of my favorite sequences in any games.
Yeah. No, that's a great sequence, and I think the way that they weave in gameplay mechanics into that sort of
Yes.
story
Yes.
mechanics as well, because like
Yeah.
the
And we talked about it, but yeah, definitely go ahead.
yeah, we talked about how if you get targeted by enemies, then the real magic sort of protects you
Yeah,
as a top candidate.
it's crazy. That's such a cool idea. Yeah,
Because throughout
it's like one of the only times that manifests too
yeah,
in the
that
game.
is the only time I can remember that manifesting for your character is during that
Yes.
sequence. So
Mm-hmm.
it's like in the perfect juxtaposition of you finally becoming important enough to matter for the royal magic, and then
Yeah.
right after that is when they turn off the royal magic, and so it's like right in
Mm-hmm.
between those two positions is
Yeah.
when you actually get to utilize that sort of structure in the game as a
Mm-hmm.
mechanic. So
Yeah, for sure. I 100% agree that the manifestation of that as a mechanic in a story sense is just so smart, and
hmm.
it's such a fun detail that can go missed. I missed it. Like I never saw that,
Yeah,
but you
that's
definitely did, you know?
insane to me that
Yeah.
was like missed, because like that was just
Yeah.
like, yeah, that was like a one for one thing. I'm like, oh yeah, well they're saying they don't want to target me. I'm gonna make them target me. That was like a so it's
Yeah, for
interesting.
sure. For me, it was just like, oh, they're not targeting me. Well, I guess I got carte blanche to kick their ass, right? Like that's kind of what I thought.
Yeah,
Um, but yeah, that the killing of Luis is my favorite sequence in an amazing story, and we'll talk more about the story here in a minute. But like when he dies, resurrects, and then you have a full on like fight with him, like it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. You think that's the thing about Luis, and it puts him up in contention with like one of the greatest villains in any game. Like he's always 4 moves ahead of you, and you just never know it until he's got you. You know,
mm.
uh, you think you've done everything you can, and you have not thought as far as he has, and it's endlessly shocking when he outwits you again. And it's not just his brains and his writing, like the writing of the character, it's the performance. I think the performance of Luis is unmatched. Um, like I can't think of a better protagonist or JRPG antagonist, I should say.
Mm.
Um, Sephiroth is up there. He feels like
Mm.
the new Sephiroth in
Yeah,
some ways. Um, he's like an angelic, beautiful being, but he's ugly in the ways that Sephiroth is ugly, right?
yeah,
But he has this like moral fiber to him that sets him apart from even that, right? Sephiroth is kind of like kill everything, but he's like got a twisted sense of morality that is,
mm.
excuse me, interesting. Um,
Yeah,
I think Luis like almost makes that game every time he's on the screen. He captivates it, you know.
yeah.
Um, but yeah, that sequence is my favorite in the game, and the story we've talked about it too is just it's such a it feels like a journey,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, kind of talk about your favorite moments of the story.
Yeah, I would say just like the whole sequence with getting to the first town outside of the royal capital, getting to Martira
Yeah, Grand,
is
yeah,
yeah, getting out of Grand Trad, going to Martira, that whole
Martyra,
sequence
yes, yeah, that
is
entire sequence with the baby is oh wow.
mm-hmm, yeah.
You almost forget about it because you do so much after that, but it's
Mm-hmm.
such a it's when like things like really get real after your first dungeon. You're like, oh, things are happening outside the purview of like the main areas. That's even crazier. You know,
Yeah. So
you're
I'd
seeing how
say
widespread the human thing is.
yeah, yeah, definitely. Just like yeah, and seeing just how big this world really is incredible.
Hmm.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
for
it,
sure.
it was like that. Getting to Martyra was when the game really clicked for me. I think was like
Hmm.
when I was like, yeah, okay, I'm really gonna like this story.
Yeah, and that's where you
And
meet Heisme too. Like, is
right,
in Martyra. Yeah,
that's whole part of the experience of why I liked Martyra, the whole
yeah,
Martyra arc so much. The other arc that I really liked was the Etria arc. Just
yes. The
like
Etria arc is really good.
um,
Hmm.
that whole dungeon, the Dragon Temple, and like learning about the world's lore, and going down in there and discovering
Yeah,
Shinjuku, and yeah, it's
yeah. Like
incredible stuff. Yeah,
finding a human city from their other games in there is
yeah,
insane.
yeah,
It's such a cool touch, and if you're not paying attention, you can think of it still as a weird thing. Like Why is there like an abandoned American or not American, Japanese city
Uh-huh.
here? Like,
Yeah.
what is this? Like, what
Yeah.
is this game? Like, it was breaking my brain a little bit. I was like, what am I actually looking at?
Yeah.
Like, am I
Yeah.
looking at like what is this?
It
You
was
know?
definitely the weirdest dungeon in the game. Was that Dragon Temple? I think that was the weirdest one for me.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's probably one of their best ones too.
Yeah.
That's one thing I would say is a drawback compared to like Persona 5. I don't think the dungeons are as good, like the layouts, but
Yeah.
um, but they are good. They're good. They're just not as good, right?
Mm.
And to be honest,
Their
Persona 5 is hard to top.
layouts and their themes as well.
Yeah,
The themes
yeah.
of
There's a
the
little
Persona
blandness to
5
them,
dungeons were just so bombastic because they were
right?
in a modern setting, so they could do
Yeah,
such different things compared to something like a traditional medieval JRPG. But the things that
yeah.
they do with the dungeons in Metaphor, I think, are very subversive for the genre. At least with the
They
major
are for
dungeons.
sure.
The minor
Hmm.
dungeons are just kind of copy paste, whatever. But the major
Yeah,
dungeons
yeah.
are pretty subversive for the genre, I think. So
Like the towers are like very
mm,
copy paste, and I think that's kind of a
yeah,
that's to its detriment a little bit. It makes it feel very like unauthored in a way. It's like we have this template, we're gonna put it up, and just it's gonna be like side fluff. Um, they do put semi interesting boss encounters in there, but
mm.
it left me wanting a little bit for sure. I
Yeah.
didn't do the
You,
dragon
I was gonna say
stuff.
you didn't
That's
do
the
the
one thing I didn't do.
dragons. Those were probably the
No.
most interesting thing you could do with those towers. So
Yeah, I
um,
will do that at some point. I just never got to it.
they're
Um,
tough. Those dragons are really
I hear
tough.
they're really hard
Um,
because you don't get any. I hear you don't get any whispers about them. Like you have to go in and kind of find out what's going on.
yeah,
Like
yeah, like
like no weaknesses, nothing. You don't get any
yeah,
hints.
you don't get
So
anything on them. And there's like one of them that like lowers your max health when you go like into the fight, and
I
like
heard
that.
that, and there I hear this like if you wear certain items, it's like an insta kill too. Like for some of them.
Yeah,
Uh,
yep. For the final
yeah, it's
one,
crazy. It's
yeah,
crazy.
yeah. So they definitely they're kind of just like I had to give each of them at least like two tries because like
Yeah,
they were all
I
just like hit me, from left field,
mhm.
and so I had to kind of build a strategy around them. So
I played the majority of Metaphor on the regular difficulty, and it
yeah,
still kicked my ass. It was a
yeah,
tough game,
it was a
tough
really
game.
tough game. Yeah,
But I liked that about it. It felt like you had to get the jump on enemies or you were boned,
yes,
right?
yep. It
Um,
it uses systems really well. So
yeah, I think on every front, it's one of the best games I've ever played, and I think the story is top notch, top to bottom.
yeah,
I think the final boss fight, even the secret boss fight, thematically is really interesting too, with the it devouring different races and different. Uh, it's got a kind of like different human look to it, and seeing how it affects your party is really interesting. Um, I just yeah, I think it just sticks the landing on every front. Metaphor is incredible.
yeah.
Um, I mean, Metaphor is our game of the year. It's our best character for Heisman, best story slash sequence. Like we could just talk about it forever for sure, and I think I will be in some way thinking about it forever because it's so important. I really want to see a sequel to Metaphor. I really do. I hope that's the next thing they do. I really feel that way. I would be down for something new too, but I just feel like there's a lot of untilled ground here. They could expound upon the world they built, and hopefully they will.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I guess anything you want to finish with the stories or sequence of Metaphor?
No, I think I've pretty much said my piece on the game. We did that huge piece,
We did, yeah.
on
I
it.
feel like this
So
is like the kind of like post mortem to it. Like we're done
yeah,
after this,
we've
for
talked
sure.
about the game at length, and I mean it's kind of just
I'm very satisfied with what we talked
yeah.
about. You know,
It's a
yeah,
game that everyone needs to experience because I cannot
yes,
stress just how important of a game this
mm,
is for
yeah,
medieval fantasies always do like this really bad job of like being like escapism and showing only the like good parts of like that sort of
right,
society, that sort of like
hmm
primitiveness. But it never
like idyllic setting. Yeah.
yeah, they never go into like the um the ugly parts of that. And Metaphor does
Yes.
such a good job of highlighting the ugly parts of what that sort of setting can have, and
Yeah.
the ugly parts of humanity, of the human condition, is really what Metaphor
Yeah.
highlights and shows, like, hey, we really need to rise above this, because this
Yeah.
is things that we're just repeating and repeating and repeating, and it's ugly. And here it is, it wears its message on its sleeve. It says, hey, quit fighting over religion, quit fighting over racial differences. That's
Yeah.
what the game is all about. And
Yeah.
if you're not there for that
It's
message, then
yeah.
it's not the game for you. It's not a game for you if you're not there for that.
Yeah, definitely, and it feels so timely. Like
Yeah,
this minute.
it's not. I wouldn't say it's a game that preaches at you, but
No,
it's a game that
it's about
just
something though.
shows you the reality of things. Is that it's that type of game.
Mhm.
It's a game about reality just as much as it is about fantasy. It really
Yeah,
is. And that's what it
it's
markets itself as. It markets itself
it does. Yeah,
as
yeah.
a sort of a parallel between reality and fantasy. That's what the whole thing is about. Is about
Mhm.
blurring the lines between reality and fantasy. So
And that's been since like the genus of any genre fiction is taking familiarities in our society and juxtaposing it on fantastical settings. Like, I mean, Lord of the Rings has fantasy racism. Like,
right.
that's like the number one thing that people crib from that is elves and dwarves don't like each other.
Yeah,
Like, that's like the thing, right?
yeah,
And it's such a base level in those books, right? But this feels like even more inspired by, and it takes more. It does more with it than even those that than Lord of the Rings even does, right? Um, and it's just this game is a timely game for a timely world. Like, we're heading into I you know regardless of your preference, I don't really care. This is what I think. America is becoming slowly more fascist, and it's really sad.
yeah,
Um, Seeing what people fought for is going by the wayside, and prejudice and intolerance is rising up in mass quantities, and people are doing fascist signs in front of people, like wide swaths of people, and it's heartbreaking to see because you see and you see that it's been festering for a long time, and it has been ugly for a while, but it's becoming unashamed now, and Metaphor really highlights that, like the seedy underbelly, like you shouldn't tolerate that,
yeah,
right? And I think that people need to wake up and see what's happening in front of them, because you're paying a price by saying nothing, right?
yep,
That's what's happening in Metaphor, and I think that's why it's so timely and it's about something,
yeah,
But I digress, obviously. So Metaphor, we love that game. We're done talking about it. I think we are
yeah.
very, very done talking about it.
I think the best thing that can be said about Metaphor is
Yep,
you need to play it. Like, that's
yep,
the
I
bottom
agree.
line. Everyone,
One of those can't miss games, man. Can't miss
yeah,
it. Got to
everyone
do it.
needs to play Metaphor.
I agree. Um, Next category. This one will be pretty short. I think you're gonna have to go first because I'm gonna have to think about what DLCs I played this year. Best DLC. Please go on about Sonic while I think about what I'm gonna say.
Yeah, so definitely. I mean, it's not technically a DLC, but I would consider it a DLC. Shadow Generations. I really enjoyed the package of what that game was, and it it definitely, well, it got me to buy Sonic Generations again, for one thing, and that was a
Mhm.
game I didn't even think needed a re-release for me as a
Sure.
PC
Yeah.
player, because I
Right.
already had it on PC, and so I'm like, well, if they didn't have that Shadow Generations, I would have not have bought it again. But
Right.
buying it just for the Shadow Generations piece of it was definitely
Hmm.
worth it to me. The
Yeah.
improvements they've done, with the graphics were definitely minor, but they're there, and I think the base game is improved. um,
Hmm.
in small ways. But really, the Shadow Generations piece of it is just such a nice little package that, as I've said, really harkens back to the GameCube era of
Yeah.
Sonic games, and so um, that era of Sonic Adventure 2, Sonic Heroes, Shadow the Hedgehog, I think it really nails um, just showing off the best of those, and even showing off um, the best parts of like a Sonic 06. I think that
Hmm.
the elements that it takes from that are really substantial. I think it
Hmm.
takes some elements even from like Sonic Forces as well, if I remember right. And so like it takes elements from games that were less than stellar, and it packages them in a way that just feels like one really good cohesive whole, and highlights the best parts of each of those um,
Hmm.
adventures that Shadow has had. And so
Gotcha. Gotcha.
it it feels like a love letter to the fan base that really likes Shadow the Hedgehog, um,
Hmm.
as a character. So it it feels like a good sort of conclusion to the character's like past as well, and I want to see where they go with the character, because I think that
Okay.
I don't think they're done with Shadow the Hedgehog as a character. I think that he
No,
needs
not almost certainly
to
not. Yeah.
I think he needs to be a bigger part of whatever the next full, Frontiers like game is, whatever they do next, whatever the next big Sonic game is.
Yeah.
Shadow needs to be a big part of that, I think. I think
Hmm.
that not having him there is a disservice.
Yeah, I
Um,
agree. I think he should be part of their future for sure, and I think he
yeah,
will be. Yeah,
yeah.
I agree. I
He's a
agree.
good foil to Sonic in a
I
lot of ways.
Yeah, he is. He is. He's like a they talk about in the movie. He's a dark reflection.
Yeah,
They do a good job with him. His characterization is really important, and I
yeah,
think they nail it in the new movie for sure.
yeah,
He's hard edged without being embarrassing. Like
yeah,
he's a really interesting character. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, which is kind of wild to say. I didn't think I would say that because I've been on Sonic for years. It's
Yeah,
unfair of me, but
I don't think that I've ever been embarrassed to be a fan of Shadow
no,
as a
definitely not.
character.
You've never been
And
embarrassed,
I,
which
I
is
don't
cool.
think I don't think you should, because I think Shadow is designed, a well thought out character in all of his
Hmm.
iterations. I truly think that he's a well written character. I don't think he tries too hard to be dark and brooding.
Yeah,
I think he has a good mix of levity
yeah,
and rough edge to him. So
here for sure. I'm with you there. That's cool. That's super cool. Yeah, I actually do have a best DLC. I didn't think I would actually, but now that I think about it, I have two options. One is Shredder's Revenge with the Dimension Shell
hmm.
Shock stuff, which is great. That's a great game. Not much to talk about on the DLC front. It adds a few more levels, a couple more characters like Usagi Yojimbo, the bunny guy, which is cool. Um, that's a great game. That is my favorite beat 'em up ever. I love that game so much. But the real winner of this for me is Alan Wake 2's Lake House DLC.
Hmm.
It's so good. That it's a great addition to an already fantastic game. It's one of the best survival horror games ever made. Um, which is crazy because I'm not even a fan of the first one. Like I've played it multiple times, because I like their other stuff that ties into Alan Wake,
Hmm.
but I don't like Alan Wake One. I don't
Hmm.
like the way it plays. I don't like the way it's paced. The story itself, I'm not a huge fan of, and I've tried liking it multiple times. I just don't like that first one. So I was skeptical about the second one and how I would feel about it. And it turned out there's no reason I should have been because Control was fantastic, and this was coming on the heels of that, and it's even more intertwined in like kind of the Remedy universe where their new games are kind of talking to each other. They're sharing characters, they're sharing stories, they're sharing environments and plot, right? The main character from Control is in Alan Wake's first DLC, the Night Springs DLC. You play as her, which is super cool. But in Alan Wake 2, you're playing as Alan Wake, obviously, but you're also playing as kind of an FBI agent. And throughout the game, you're seeing different Control characters and you know, excuse me, and settings and the FBC, the Federal Bureau of Control. You're seeing agents from that throughout Alan Wake 2. They're very involved with the game, and one of the main characters you meet is Kieran Estevez, who is like the FBC handler coming down from Washington to kind of investigate Bright Falls after the events of Alan Wake 1. She's kind of instituted there with her crew to kind of research about everything that happened in the original game and to find out where Alan Wake went because while he's gone for like 13 years in like this separate dimension, right? That's kind of deep inside this lake that's become this anomaly zone. So in the DLC, you play as Kieran Estevez, where she shows up to the lake house, which is like the Federal Bureau of Control's overlook outpost over the lake. And with that, excuse me, they are kind of being taken over by the lake. So things are not as they seem. The top levels are great and fine and normal, but there's everyone up there is no longer there. Like everyone has disappeared, vanished. And you're being called to kind of work at this station to investigate the area, right? But once you get there, there's nobody manning their station. You're trying to find out what happened. It went dark. So you are playing Kieran Estevez to find out what happened. And the answer is bad things have happened, for sure. The lake has swallowed the entire uh, lake house, basically, in its lower levels. So the water is starting to infect everything, and it's causing people to turn bad. And, excuse me, to kind of, you know, change things and create anomalies and monsters to fight. Um, it kind of revolves around this husband and wife pairing that were tasked with taking care of the lake house and doing experiments there, and they've both gone insane and mad in their various ways. Um, I just think the strengths of this of Alan Wake 2 specifically is the horror is fantastic and the I don't know, it feels more than a video game in some ways. The music, the art direction, the gameplay, everything fits in this like concerto of auteur David Lynchness. It's like a Lynchian nightmare, and it's the greatest example of that, I think. And Lake House is no different. It feels like another great entry in Alan Wake, 2 specifically. Um, it's so strong on a character front, story front, everything. What's really cool is you get this really fun gun in the game. It's like this like paint shotgun basically, where it's like kind of shooting like these rocks out that are kind of mined from the deep bowels of the main setting of Control, the game Control, and it's being used for like this new gun technology. So you're using that as like a new weapon in your arsenal to defeat these painted creatures in the lake house, where basically an artist goes crazy because he's been locked up by these mad scientists, and his works of art have kind of gone haywire in the game. Um, but the Lake House is really well done, really well put together. It's not a very long DLC, but it's a great addendum to a fantastic survival horror game. It's up there with Dead Space and Resident Evil 4 as the best in its genre for sure, and Silent Hill 2 is up there as well. So that's my favorite DLC for sure. So
Nice.
the Lake House for Alan Wake 2. So um, yeah, this one's gonna be easy for me. So I want to kind of hear your take on it. Best remake slash remaster. What's your 2 cents on that?
Yeah, and I think this is kind of a no brainer for me as well. I think in a different reasoning. So
Okay.
for me, this is definitely going to be Fate Stay Night remastered.
Okay. Yeah,
And
you were doing this. You were reading this visual novel again, right?
yes, um, the reason why this remaster is so important to me is because this is the first time in like 20 years that this game has had an official English translation.
Oh
Every
wow.
other translation has been a fan translation up until this point. This is the first time Type Moon has released an official English translation of this story.
Very
And
cool.
so, just having that as, like that showing that not only do they care about preserving their legacy, their older novel that all this other Fate Stay Night stuff, which is a huge franchise nowadays, huge franchise.
Yeah, it is huge. Lot to it.
But this is where it all started, and they want to preserve that, and they want their English audience to be able to experience that. And I think that's really important, and shows a lot of the direction that this company is going. It's a sign of good things to come. I think from
Yep.
the from like not just Type Moon, but from Nasu, Kinoko Nasu. I think that it's showing that he'll probably have some new novels in probably the near future. So
Cool. Yeah, I really enjoyed your crash course on the Nasuverse stuff.
yeah,
Really made me want to figure out um, kind of the intricate workings of the genre almost.
yeah, it's a really cool, really cool world, and the systems and the world building in that world is I I really enjoy them. So anything to
Yeah.
do with that like world always has like really cool mechanics and explanations to where it feels like a living, breathing world with rules and systems that make sense, and the
Hmm.
an interconnectedness that just really breathes life into it. So
Yeah. Yeah. Awesome. I need to play that. I will check that out for sure.
yeah,
Um, yeah. Mine's easy. I'll be able to do mine. But I wanted to do a shout out. It's not a last year game, but I want to shout out Dead Space.
hmm.
The remake of Dead Space is 2023. I technically finished it last year. I started it, played most of it throughout the end of the year, finished it in like February of last year. Um, that is a perfect game, top to bottom. It is the perfect horror game. I think the original was almost perfect, and this one capitalizes on that and does it even better. Um, it is so well done in every way. I cannot stress enough how well put together that package is for a studio that's relatively unknown. EA Motive, who did Star Wars Squadrons, and that's the only game they ever made so far. This is their second crack at it, and it was in hopes of making another Dead Space, which never came to fruition because of sales, which is a massive disappointment and massive bummer because this remake is so immaculate, top to bottom, in every way. They even changed some things, like a Silent Hill 2, but it's for the better. Like in the original Dead Space, your character doesn't even talk, and in this one, he's talking all the time. Um, but they fix all the problems with the original. There's a shooting section that is horrible that no one likes that they fixed and made better and made an actual highlight of the game. Um, they made the zero G sections not just point to point jumping like it is in the original. Um, they made actual like zero G flying in your suit, and it works well and it's perfect. Um, it sounds amazing. It has the best sound design of any game I've ever heard in my life. It's so good. Visually, it might be the strongest next gen game besides like a Demon Souls to me. It's so sharp in its presentation. It runs immaculately on a PlayStation 5 base. I will say, it even runs well on a Series S. It's optimized to hell, and it's so well done. I want to shout out Dead Space, the remake of the original um, game from Redwood Shores. EA Motive did this one. They are doing the Iron Man game coming out very soon. I am very excited about that because of this, because they executed it so well. Um, do not miss Dead Space if you are a fan of video games. You need to play that game. I think Dead Space 2 is almost as good, if not better. Dead Space 3 is not a very good game. but the ones you need to play are 1 and 2. And if you're going to play 1, this is the definitive version. So, um, the real one I want to talk about is, of course, Silent Hill 2 remake. I think it is better than the original game in every way, and it expounds upon everything in conversation with the original. So, um, I've talked about it at length. I've written a review of it. I've recorded a podcast of it. We've talked about it here. I don't want to get too far into it. I just want to give it the award because I think it deserves it, and I want to give it to it because it came out last year, and it's not going to win any Game of the Years because it's a remake, right?
Yeah.
But this is as close as I can give to its flowers, saying like you're the best in class for what you've done, right?
Yeah.
Bloober Team really, I want to have confidence in them because of this, because it is just such a passion project for them. You could see it coming out of every pore of this game. I just hope that their next game is as good, if not better, right? Um, and it's tough because they are basically playing with somebody's baby, and they were asked to make more changes to it, and they decided not to. So seeing that restraint is really encouraging. I hope they continue with that if they decide to remake, say, Silent Hill 1 or Silent Hill 3 or The Room or something. Like, who knows what they do? I don't know. I would assume they would try to probably take a stab at either a new one or a remake of the first now. But it feels like they did the hardest one first, which was 2. And they nail it. They do more than nail it. They exceeded expectation, obviously, because no one thought that game was going to be good. It ends up being really good. So yeah, that's keeping it short and sweet. That wins for me for my best remake / remaster. So yeah, anything else? Any honorable mentions you want to bring up?
No, not in the remake remaster space. I mean, I already talked about my other
Okay,
pick,
great.
which was Sonic X Shadow Generation.
Yeah,
So,
for sure. So your win is Sonic, and then mine is Silent Hill 2 for sure. Yeah.
No, my win for the remake was.
Oh, sorry. You mentioned
Fate
that as your
Stay Night.
honorable mention.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
apologize.
yeah.
Yes.
No, you're really good.
You just talked about it first. So sorry
Yeah,
about that. So yeah, your win was Fate Stay Night.
yeah.
So yeah, no honorable mentions for that besides those. Um, do you have any honorable mentions for games you didn't get to finish this year that you really wanted to? I guess let's talk about that next.
Yeah. So yeah, like games that
You just
came
never
out
got
this
got
year,
around to
but,
actually finishing.
um,
Yeah.
yeah. I would say probably Persona 3 Reload is a big one for me.
That's a big one for me too.
Um,
Huge one for me.
I
Yep.
love the original Persona 3, and so I like what they've done with Reload in a lot of ways.
Yeah, me too.
But at the same time, Persona 3 is a difficult game to get through. It's a long game,
Mhm.
and it's a lot of its systems just haven't aged nearly as well as other JRPGs. So
Yeah. I think it's the best version of that game that we will get, and I think that's
Yeah.
great because it's the first idea of this new genre, not new genre, this new take on Persona, right?
Right. Yeah. Um, yeah. 3 is definitely like the like beginning of modern Persona, I'd say, but and like modern Atlas in general, but it still has its rough edges, so it's a hard game to get through. But I do want
Yeah,
to get through that at some point. But other
yeah,
like
same here.
honorable mention things that I'll briefly point out are the Rainbow Cotton remaster
Okay,
that was released. It's great, great rail shooter game that deserves to be highlighted because it's a fun little romp.
yeah,
I think I'll also go ahead and highlight some other stuff here. Like I
yeah.
started
Any other
playing
honorables?
web fishing recently.
Yeah,
I've been
I've heard
really
about this. Yeah,
enjoying that. I've only
I
put
hear
like
that's really
4 hours
good. Yeah.
into it, but I've
Mm-hmm.
had a lot of
Mm-hmm.
blasts
It's
just like
it,
hopping on to like random servers and just hanging out with
yeah, it's like
people.
a random fishing chat room, right? That's
Yep,
cool.
yep, yep.
Yeah,
So
I love that. I love that.
it's a lot of fun as somebody who
What a
really
cool
likes
idea.
fishing games and really
Me
likes
too.
the you basically design your own like Animal Crossing animal. So
Mm-hmm.
it's
Right.
I like the sort of character designs there.
Yeah. And it's
And
cheap. It's like $5 or
yeah, it's
something.
$5. Yeah, and it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. I've had like 4 hours of fun out of it so far. I just started playing it, so
Hmm.
that's definitely a game that I'll play more every now and then.
Hmm.
And then the the Hatsune Miku DLC for Crypt of the Necrodancer. I
Oh yeah.
played
Okay.
a little bit of that with some friends, and we had a lot of fun
Yeah.
playing Crypt of the Necrodancer just in general multiplayer. It's a really fun game to play multiplayer.
So hard, man. It's so hard.
It's a
It's
difficult
so
game,
hard.
but it's
I
a lot
like
of
it, but
fun.
I can't. It's so hard. I got to be locked in
It's
to play that thing.
another roguelike that I really like.
Sure.
But I also really like rhythm games, so it's kind of like a good blend of that. Also highlight
Hmm.
another rhythm game, uh, Toho Danmaku Kagura Fantasia Lost. This one came out this year, and or 2024, and it was a lot of fun. It was just like a Toho rhythm game. So has a lot of like fan favorite sort of remixes from over the years,
Hmm.
and also has like two different gameplay modes. It has like a 4 button sort of rhythm game gameplay mode, sort of like a Guitar Hero sort of thing, and then it has actual like bullet hell gameplay mode where you have 2 buttons and then you play a literal game of Toho while you're doing the rhythm game thing with your 2 button rhythm game.
Crazy.
So yeah, it was a lot of fun. Definitely
Yep.
a highlight of the game was that there was a collab with Zune and Creative Toho and Toby Fox in the game.
Oh
So
wow.
yeah,
Very
they did a
cool.
collab piece.
Whenever Toby Fox shows up, everyone goes, "Oh, oh,
Uh,
nice."
yeah, I mean he was like the best part of Scarlet and Violet's soundtrack. So
Oh, the Area Zero song is so good. Do,
yeah,
do, do,
yeah, Toby
do. So good.
Fox had some really good stuff. Um,
I'm excited for more Deltarune this year. That's coming
mhm.
out.
I'm
We'll talk about
excited
that
for
at some point.
his involvement. Toby Fox is also involved with the soundtrack for the Off remake that's
Is he
coming
really?
to.
How cool
Uh
is
huh.
that?
Uh huh.
I'm excited to play that now. That's cool.
Yes.
I was excited hearing that you like it too. So.
Yeah. Yeah. It would. Well. Yeah. I mean, Undertale is very much inspired by Off, so it's
Hmm.
kind of a natural thing that they're remaking Off. So of course they bring on Toby Fox, who's very familiar with the game to do some um, of the soundtrack. So
Yeah. Gotcha. Cool.
so
Yeah.
yeah, those are some of the things I had.
Yeah. That's I have a lot of stuff I touched this year that I did not finish. So this is kind of the block I wanted to just talk about a couple of them. A
Mm-hmm.
lot of games I put like an hour or two into. Black Myth Wukong played a couple hours of that. Didn't like that at all. Stellar Blade played an hour. Animal Well played an hour. I think I would like Animal Well. I just haven't given myself
Mm.
over to it.
Yeah, I need to check
Another
that one
crab.
out.
Yeah, another Crab's Treasure played another hour.
Was
My
that
my
any good? It seemed a lot like I don't know.
I like the flavor of it. I just don't like that it's a Souls like. I think that sucks. So I
Yeah,
just
I hate Souls
it's
likes. Yeah.
I hate it because I like that studio. I really liked Going Under, their
Mm.
previous game. It was a roguelike dungeon crawler. Really
Mm-hmm.
really like that game. I just everything about another Crab's Treasure I should like except the Souls stuff I'm not into.
Mm.
Uh, they do mitigate this by giving you a big ass gun you can use to one shot enemies, which might be the way to play that game for me. So I might just do that. Like it's literally like an actual gun. It's like an actual P99 or whatever. You're shooting
Nice.
undersea creatures with it. So I might just go through the story and just do that. I could definitely do that. That was one I I don't think I'll go back to. The games I really wanted to finish that I just didn't get done. Um, really bummed me out. I wanted to finish Space Marine 2. I just couldn't do it. I don't know what it was. Like, I like that game a lot. I really do. It's just I feel like I didn't make enough time for it. I really should have done that. And I love everything about it. The gameplay is just so crisp. It's so big and bombastic, and um, the setting is just so like broy and just like for the what do they say, like oh my god, for the God Emperor or whatever, for the God Emperor, it's just so broy. I love that.
Yeah.
It feels like you're with your boys, right? um I played 3-4 hours of that. Really love that game. I just never got to around to finishing it. It will be finished this year. I just don't know when I'll get to it. But hopefully soon. It's not a long game. It's like 9 hours. It's super super brief. I don't know why I didn't make time for it. Um, Another one that I wanted to finish is Dungeons of Hinterberg. It's, as far as I know, it's PC and Xbox only. It's a really good game though. It's super good. It's a short game, but you're basically on vacation from your job, and you're just kind of burnt out. You're dealing with burnout, and there's this town that offers you to kind of dungeon crawl. You pay for this vacation package to dungeon crawl. So you go to this like Germanic town where they put you up in a hotel, and they're like, yeah, go out and adventure and be careful. You can still die. Just like go adventure. We're going to facilitate this for you. It becomes like this tourist town with a bunch of out of towners looking to kind of, go through this dungeon and destroy these creatures in these rifts for as like a pastime. It's really interesting. I really like that game a lot. It's like 2 or 3 hours
I
I've
really like that
played it.
premise. That sounds
It's
like
it's
something
super cool. Yeah,
like
I've never seen a
I
premise
would
like that.
legit want to do that. Like that
I
sounds like
totally,
a
yeah.
premise that like
It's so appealing, and
yeah.
it's lighthearted. Like the story can be a little like navel gazing, where you're just kind of like you're playing someone who's depressed, so it's tough, right? Um, but the story and the characters are lighthearted to go like, hey man, like be careful, like you can die, but like it's fun. You can do this. This is
Yeah.
fun. Like I'm glad that people allow this.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh yeah, don't feel bad about the enemies. They're mindless freaks. Like it's
Yeah.
so fun. I recommend you play it. It's super well made.
What's this called again?
And I love it's called Dungeons of Hinterberg. I think you would dig this. It's super fun. The writing is exceptional, man. I love the way it's written. Your main character is so fun. Um, I love the look of it. It's like got this nice cel shaded
Oh yeah.
poppy look.
That's
Yeah,
fun.
it's super good. It's super good. I highly recommend it. It runs really well on Xbox for sure. I want it to come to PlayStation, but I think it's got a partner deal with Xbox for a while, so who knows if it comes or not. But I really, really, really like that. Really like that game. Another game I didn't finish, but I need to, is A Thousand Time Resist, and I was hoping I would finish it by now, but I haven't. Very story heavy, tough game to get through, but I really like it. Um, I don't really know what it's about yet, but I need to finish it. So that's another one I wanted to excuse me finish and never got to. The game that I put a lot of time in that I will not finish is
Join
Hellblade
us
2.
in Hinterberg.
I've decided to step away from it. I think it's a major disappointment. Um, Major disappointment. And I want to shout out here because I think Xbox needs to take some lessons where they, you know, I understand seeing a vision for people's games, right? That's cool. This team needed oversight. It's a movie. It's a movie. Like I think it's a movie. And I'm not saying games can't have like minimal gameplay and not be good. There's plenty of games I like that are story heavy, narrative heavy, with minimal systems. This game is not good on a gameplay front. I think that's a cardinal sin for a video game, right? Um, but also, I think the story is boring as hell, and everything about it is not interesting. And this is coming from someone that's finished the first one. I like the first one. This one is just painful to play. It's so slow. It's so plotting. Everyone's everyone looks like they're not having a good time. And basically, like I talked to you about the voices in your head thing. Doesn't get better. It gets worse, and it's all nonsense noise. And I understand they're trying to tell a specific story about psychosis, but I think in relaying that, it becomes a tedious exercise. And it was not nearly as bad in the first game. It just wasn't. So seeing that difference is really bothersome because they spent a long time making this game. Spent a long time making this game. The first one came out in 2017. They spent all that time making the sequel. And it feels like a tech demo. It really does. And it's not a good one. It's not a good video game. I don't recommend people play Hellblade 2. I think it's a massive misstep for a very talented studio. I think um, Ninja Theory is very, very good at what they do when it comes to making good video games to play. DMC Devil May Cry is an underrated action game that people need to play. It's made by them. They also made Heavenly Sword, which is a good game. They made Enslaved Odyssey to the West. All these action-focused narrative games, they're really good at making. But Hellblade is such a break from that. It's baffling why they decided to make those things, right? These feel like Oscar bait games, but they're not fun. They need to get back to the core of making good games because they can. I played all their games and they're all good in their own ways, except for the Hellblade games. I don't really like them. The first one is okay. It's okay. Um, but yeah, Hellblade 2 is not a good game. It's not a good game. I don't think people should play it. I have one more I kind of want to talk about. It's Crow Country. I wanted to finish that, never got to it. Um, that's a really good survival horror game. It's very short, but it's I like the setting it's built. It's in. It's in a theme park. I think it's really fun. Based around crows, obviously. Um, but it's got a really great look to it. I think the writing's nice. You're reading a lot of notes, a lot of like uh, filing paperwork and stuff of employees and people that have worked and lived there, and the story really comes together in a great way. I'm about halfway through it. I will finish it. I just didn't get it done before Game of the Year. So that's kind of my games I really wanted to highlight. I think if you're gonna play any of them, play Dungeons of Hinterberg. That's a fantastic game. Um, the one I will definitely come back to, and I think come back to first, is Nine Souls. Though I think that game is just on a mechanics front is so tight. It feels like Sekiro side scroller.
Hmm.
I will play way more of that, and I've heard so many good things about it. I think I have to finish it. So, um, if I'm going to play any of them, it's going to be Nine Souls, Crow Country, um, or the other one I just mentioned, the one before that. So, yeah, it's I played a lot of games. I finished a lot more than I touched, which is nice. Um, but yeah, it's been a great year for games. That's my honorables. So, yeah, anything else for you there?
No. Yeah. Any other games I want to talk about? I'll probably talk about in other categories.
Cool, 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 cool. Yeah, this is the big Kahuna. We're here. This is our top games of the year. I want you to start because I want to hear what you have to say about pretty much any of them at length. I don't know how many you have. If you would start at the lowest number and kind of work your way up, I think that'd be the way to do it. 10 to 1 or whatever number you have, the bottom to top. I think you should do that. So, um, yeah, go ahead, take the floor.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I think I'll just talk about games that I haven't had a chance to talk about yet that I've played quite a bit of this year, and
Yeah,
then
just your favorite things you've touched is fine. Yeah.
I'll kind of work my way up
Yeah,
to
totally.
sort of like the big things that I've really enjoyed this
Yeah.
year. Um,
And again, for people listening, it doesn't have to be a list of games just this year. That
yeah.
just happened to be my list because I played a lot of new stuff.
Mhm.
No, I didn't play near as much new stuff as I did,
Yeah.
which is totally fine. We play games differently, different paces, different ways. So, no judgment there. But anyway, I
Yeah.
digress. Continue.
Um, so I think yeah, definitely in my top games would be sort of I've played a lot of trading card sort of
Yeah.
simulators
Mm-hmm.
this
Mm-hmm.
year. Um, so I've at the beginning of the year I played a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh, and then I've sort of distanced myself from that one quite a bit.
Really? Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, I just have kind of gotten burnt out on it. It's the
Sure.
format's not in a place where it feels fun for me right now. So I'm kind of just stepping away from that game for now.
Okay.
So yeah, then I've played quite a bit of Magic the Gathering on tabletop sim. I think is probably the best place to play that. Arena is fine, but I think that for playing it virtually, I think that tabletop simulator is the way to go for that.
Okay.
Game. And then yeah, Pokemon TCG Pocket is something that I play regularly still. I've had a lot of fun with that game, just collecting cards and
Yeah, me too.
strategizing in the actual like gameplay of it. I really enjoy it as a card game. So mechanically,
I guess
think
that
it's
would
lot
be
of
a
fun.
honorable mention for me too. Is Pokemon? I didn't put it on my main list, but I don't feel like I played enough of the game itself to
Mhm.
call it a game. But it's something I probably put a lot of my time into this year the most.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun for me
Yeah.
experimenting with that game. So it's been a good experience for me.
Sure. Sure.
And then this kind of released in this released in like December of 2023, but Witch on the Holy Night also had a
Oh, I've heard of this. Yes.
yeah, that had a remaster. That's sort of Nasu's latest novel game, and so I don't want to call it a visual novel because it's a kinetic novel. It doesn't have like choices or anything. It's just like a novel to read. Whereas like a Fate Stay Night has like choices. Witch on the Holy Night doesn't have any choices, but it's in that same Nasu verse, so it uses a lot of the same systems and mechanics of that world building, and so it's for someone who's familiar with both Fate series and the Tsukihime series, I was able to like find pieces and parts. I'm like, oh, okay, this makes sense, or oh, okay, this is what this is referencing, and so it's kind of cool how those all those stories interconnect in ways, but they also all of them feel very different and distinct. So that was a great experience reading through that. And then yeah, I played a lot of live service type games this year, and a lot of
for sure.
multiplayer focused games this year. I think like standouts for me were Marvel Rivals was a big one. I've really been I haven't played in a while actually, but what I did play of it I really enjoyed, and I want to find time to get back into it.
Yeah.
And then Guilty Gear Strive is another one that I really want to get back into playing regularly. That's really fantastic fighting game with great mechanics. I want to check out Terry and Mai in Street Fighter 6.
Oh yeah, yeah. I hear. Yeah, they just put Maya in there. I want to say.
Yeah, yep, they did. So I need to check
I really
both of
liked.
them out.
I really liked Street Fighter 6. I played a ton of it when it came out. I put about 25 hours into it with just Cammy. I was playing a ton of online. Loved it, loved it. But at some point, I kept deranking and it was just killing me. So I was just like, you know what, I'm done for now. But I really enjoyed my time with that game. That game was
I
great.
want to revisit it just to see the King of Fighters characters in there.
Yeah,
it's
right,
pretty interesting.
right. Harry Bogard is such a cool character. He's one of my favorite characters in anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, love Terry Bogard.
But so yeah, Lethal Company was another one that I played quite a bit of this year.
Oh, sure.
Friends.
Okay.
That
Yeah.
still has a bit of life in it. I think it's a lot of fun. So
I played that too. That's a good game.
yeah.
It's like that community based, like kind of viral games. It feels like that. It feels like a Phasmophobia or something. So,
Yeah, and I feel like it has enough like actual gameplay to it to like
oh, for sure.
feel
Hmm.
pretty fun to play. Um,
For sure.
so that was yeah, just like playing more of that is a lot of fun, especially with like some mods and things that can be added in there
Hmm.
to add depth to the game. But yeah, and I think I also want to highlight. Oh, I lost my.
Oh, you're fine.
Well, I'll yeah, I think yeah, I think I'll move up and
Yeah, fine.
talk
Go
about
ahead.
games that like were really um, big for me this year. I think I I think my probably my top well my top multiplayer game for every year I think is probably always gonna be 100% Orange Juice. That game I just
Sure.
absolutely adore. Um,
Yeah.
anytime I play that game, like the community is always just so awesome in that game. I can just go into random lobbies and know I'm gonna have a good time
Hmm.
because it's such a small community of like active players for that game that you know you see a lot of familiar faces. It's that kind of community,
Okay. Yeah,
and
sure.
so you can just kind of like be like, oh yeah, I've played with you before, you know. And so
Yeah.
it's a lot of fun just booting up that game and just enjoying the mechanics of it because it's a really really fun and chaotic party game. Um,
Hmm.
so yeah, highlighting that, highlighting Project Diva Mega Mix
Sure.
and
Yeah, that's a big one for you. That's a
my
huge game for you.
it's an ever expanding game for me because they're constantly releasing new mods for it, and I'm constantly installing new mods for it, and so
Hmm.
I have so many songs installed into that game. I probably have like over 2,000 songs in that
Oh,
game,
wow.
and yeah, it's a huge game for me.
Hmm.
So I, um, yeah, that's something that I return to regularly. Um, but yeah, and I talked about yeah, I mean, I'd say that um, the games that I've talked about already, um, like Drakengard 3 and Kingsfield 2 and
Yeah, those
Binding of
count for
Isaac
sure.
Rebirth
Yeah, 100%.
and Fate Stay Night Remastered, Sonic X Shadow Generations. I think those were my biggest
Yeah. Yeah.
experiences this
Hmm.
year. Um, and then I also played through Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate on Switch. I finally got around
Oh, nice.
to
Yeah, I have that
completing
too.
that with a friend
I
of
have that
mine.
too.
We were able to complete like the entirety of the like online campaign
Oh,
all the
well.
way up through Atulka, like the big bad elder thing
Hmm.
of that game. So
Yeah.
we didn't complete every single hunt in the game that we wanted to get around to, but we at least like completed the main storyline of that game,
Hmm.
and so we were both kind of like satisfied with that
That's
for
good.
now.
Yeah.
But we had a lot of fun going through that game.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, those games are a lot of fun with friends. So especially if you
Yeah.
have like a friend that's really big into the franchise, like my friend was. So um,
Right. And we'll talk about the new one here pretty soon because that's coming out
mm-hmm.
soon. And we will both be playing that.
Oh
So
yeah,
I'm excited to talk more Monster Hunter with you.
but
But yeah, that's awesome. And then, of course, yeah, whatever else you got.
yeah, I'd say that probably, um, yeah, that, I mean, the, obviously my top game of the year would have to be Metaphor.
Yeah,
That,
100%.
that's how
Yep.
I'll, cap it off.
Spoilers. It's spoilers. It's mine too.
Yeah,
So
yeah. So I talked about a lot of
awesome.
games, but I'd say that
That's a good year, man. That's
probably
a really good year. That's a great year.
probably ordering things for like games that I hadn't played before this year.
Yeah.
I'd say probably um, I'd I'd do probably Shadow Generations, and then um, Drakengard 3, and
Okay.
then Kingsfield 2, and
Wow. Okay.
then Metaphor, I'd say would be probably.
Really? That's
Yeah,
an
I'd say
interesting
that's how
list.
I'd
I
measure
like that.
those.
I like that. The
Those
man
four
knows what
that
he
I talked
likes.
about. Yeah.
Yeah. I like that a lot. That's a great list, man. That's a great year. You played a lot of interesting stuff for sure.
Yeah.
Um, if anything, like us talking on this podcast, it's nice to see us branching out a little bit. You're recommending me stuff, and I'm recommending you stuff. Like, I think you'll probably check out Dungeons of Hinterberg too. And I'll check out the Nasu stuff for sure. And I bought Dragon Guard 3. Like that's something I would never
Hmm.
have been interested in if you hadn't talked to me about it. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's cool to see how like those things kind of manifest just in conversation, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's a great list. Yeah. I have a top 10 and spoilers. Astrobot is not on it.
But it was game
I
of the
know.
year.
Yeah, that game is fine. It is not one of the best games I've ever played. Not one of the best platformers I've ever played.
But it has
It's
Bloodborne in it.
it does. It makes it better, you're right. Um but I just don't the commercialism in it is just it's too much for me. It puts me off. I'm not gonna lie. Um My number 10 is Persona 3 Reload. I like that game. I don't love it. I'm still coming to terms with how I feel about it as I play it. I will finish it this year. I will finish every Persona game this year. I will finish 3, 4, and 5. That's my kind of goal for this year.
Hmm.
Because I'm trying to tackle a lot more RPGs this year. I'm going to be taking a backseat on some big games to play my backlog. Not every big game. I will play the big stuff, but I'm going to for my backlogs. It's going to be RPGs primarily, and these games are going to be the three I complete first probably. So, um, I like Persona 3 Reload. Don't love it. I am. I think the music is great. I did a comparison the other day of listening to some threes music, some of fours music, and fives music, and I think that threes is a lot better than I thought it was, and it's not as good as fours still. That's just how I feel.
Hmm.
So, um, I will finish that. Number 9 is Little Kitty Big City. This game is so good. I love this game. It's over Astrobot for a reason because this game is actually a lot better than Astrobot, in my humble opinion. It's a dumb thing to say, all right? I know it sounds completely stupid. I don't even like cats that much, but I love this game. It was so fun. It was so cozy, so fun. It reminded me of Curious George. I watch a lot of cartoons with the kid. I just do. That's just how life is right now. Curious George has been on the air for so long on PBS that it's been on since '06. So that's almost 20 years, right? I watched that first movie in the theater with my aunt, and they decided to make a TV show. It's been on ever since on PBS. It's educational, right? Um, anyway, I say that to say this: like the music in Curious George is very fun and playful, and it reminds me of what's in Little Kitty Big City, and that makes me happy because Curious George is great, and you feel you're a little curious little kitty, and he's so cute. He's so cute, and you see his little butthole; it looks like a little X. Um, it's an adorable game. I really like it, and you being a cat lover, you would love it too. I think so.
Probably.
Play Little Kitty Big City. It's super fun. It's like 6 hours to do everything. Really enjoy it. If you want to blow through it in a day, you definitely can. It's so fun. Um, my number 8 is Tactical Breach Wizards. This game is so fun, so good. It's like my game. It feels like my brain worm game. It's like sit here and figure this puzzle out. You'll love it, and I do, and I lose so much time to it. I haven't completely finished it all the way, but I'm going to do it anyway and put it on this list because I know I love it so much. About two quarters of the way, not two quarters of the way, 2/3 of the way through. I have every party member at this point. It's just about finishing the missions. I just haven't been able to do it. I've been playing it at work and acting like I'm working, which is not good. But it's fun. I love this game. It's super good. The writing is a little hit or miss for me. People like it, the writing, but I'm not as excuse me, a big of a fan. It's a little more I don't know. It's a little more flavor for me that I'm not as I don't like the style of humor as much. It's very quippy, very comebacky, like Joss Whedon, like very Avengers MCU level. I'm just like, my mileage varies on that stuff. So, but the game itself is really good. It's on like Into the Breaches level of tactical complexity, which is basically making it one of my favorite games of the year. So, Tactical Breach Wizards. This game is really low, and I think it's going to surprise you. It's Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Um, it's on my top 10. It's my number 7. The more I think about this game, not the less I like it, but the more I feel okay with where it's at and where things have kind of jumped over. Um, I have very complicated feelings about the ending of this game. I don't think it is well told, and it's very confusing, the messaging they're putting out there. Um, the thing about these new games is they are changing things, but they're also not changing things. And at some point, they need to pick a direction. And I think they are both sidesing it too much. So it's confusing what they're trying to impart to the player. And the ending is no different. I think the ending is very messy. Um, it's intriguing in a way, but it's also messy. Um, and I'm going to spoil it. Like, they kill Aerith in this game, like they do in the original. But
What?
it's not as cut and dry. It's very odd. So you're
Wow.
dealing with a lot of split reality stuff in this game,
Hmm.
where they're bringing back old characters that have died, Zach Fair, um, and they're trying to show different realities. Like, hey, in this reality, this exists, and in this one, it doesn't. Like, what reality are we in? Are we jumping between a couple? Is the original Final Fantasy VII in another splinter reality of this? Like, they hint at a lot of stuff, but they don't. There's not clarity, and it's annoying because you're trying to figure out what's going on at the end of this game. You're like, I don't know what the hell you're trying to tell me. Is she alive? Is she not? At the end, you kind of come to an understanding that Cloud is he's obviously not right in the head from the events of the game anyway, where he's an unreliable narrator, right? And they even touch on this when he talks to Tifa about something from their past because both grew up in the same hometown. Um, he's basically hallucinating Aerith at the end of this game, and it's an odd choice because she's definitively dead in the original, and every other character acts like she's not there except for Cloud, and this is a difference from the original, and I don't know what they're going to do with that. I think that's a really it's not bold because I think it's messy, um, but it's a weird take. I don't know how they're going to shake it out. I'm very mixed on it. The game itself is really good, but it's very minigame focused. It's like everything you do feels like it has a minigame tied to it. It feels like side mission in the game in some way, which in some ways is good because you get to really relax with your party. Um, and I think the story is good, but I like remake better because it's more focused and more condensed. It feels like it's point to point, um, a linear story. And there's some parts of remake I don't like that much, but I prefer it to the open kind of bloated nature of Rebirth's design. Um, I think their open world aspect of the game is its strongest part, but the mini games from section to section are pretty weak, and you're forced to do them for some things in the story. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I think it's really good, but there's a lot of drawbacks to that as well. So it's not a perfect package. It's a good 8 to 8.5 for sure. If I was going to put a rating on it. But I like this game better. Legend of Zelda: Echoes of Wisdom. This game came on strong for me in a hurry. I didn't think I was going to finish this game. I had no idea what I was missing. Honestly, I think the strongest part of this game is the boss fights, dude. The end of this game has one of my favorite boss fights in any game I've played. It's so well made. I think people slept on this game. I really do. And it's not like the best Zelda of all time, but it's one of my favorites for sure. It's up there. It feels like Breath of the Wild bite-sized, where you're able to kind of um, you know, solve your solve your way around the game
Yeah.
with your tool set. I like that. I like that a lot. And I think the story is actually really good. I like the way it subverts your expectations when you play as Zelda. You know, um, I just think it's well made. It's being slept on. It's not too long, not too short. I think it's a perfect length. It's like 30 hours for some people, but I finished it in like 24.
Hmm.
So, and I wasn't, excuse me, I wasn't rushing, but I wasn't doing a ton of side stuff. I usually leave side stuff in Zelda games for the end, where I can come back to it. So, if you haven't played it, finish it. I think it is worth a finish. It's super super good game.
Hmm.
Um, pardon me. My number five, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. This was higher until I reordered it, because I adored it so much. It's one of the best first person games I've played in a long time. It feels like a an immersive sim. It's like Wolfenstein and Dishonored had a baby, and that baby was in Indiana Jones. You could hit people with guitars. It's so fun, so fun. It feels like it's on the same level as the movies, like storytelling wise, character wise, production wise. It feels like it could be a movie. Um, and I just think they nail every aspect of what it takes to be an Indiana Jones thing. And it's better than some of those movies that they put out. It's up there with the original trilogy for sure. It is that strong. The story is really good, and it's that same MacGuffin level as the movies, where there's like the artifact or the hidden the hidden this, the hidden that. It's as interesting as the movies are with their like thing that they're chasing, right? The Great Circle. What the Great Circle is shocking, and when you find out what it means, you I was mind blown. I was like, "What is this game actually about?" And then you find that out, and you're like, that's absurd. That's absurd that that's what this game is about." Um, I kind of don't want to spoil it. That's how much I want you to play it.
Yeah.
Um, it's biblical for sure, like most Indiana Jones things are.
Sure.
It has a biblical slant to it for sure. Um, Highly recommend this game. It was even good on Series S. I can't wait to replay it on PS5 because I will do everything there. I just wanted to play through the story once here, and then when it comes to my platform of choice, I will play it again because I liked it that much. But excuse me. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle is number five. I guess what are your thoughts on any of these so far? I'm kind of halfway through. You have anything you want to interject?
No, they all seem like good picks. Yeah, I definitely want to check out Indiana Jones. Yeah, Final Fantasy. I knew it was going in like a weird direction with those
Yeah,
remakes, so that'll be interesting to see if they try and not have Aerith die, because that'd be kind of strange.
it's
It's kind of like a
a weird choice.
yeah, it's a crux to the story. They did a similar
Yeah,
thing with Code Geass that I always found weird. That anime,
yeah.
they have
Well, that's what.
a
Yeah,
they have
yeah.
like a
Continue.
character that dies in like the original run of the anime, but then they
Yep.
released like movie compilations and they don't have
Uh
that
huh.
character
Uh
die.
huh.
And then
They love
the
doing that.
canon
Yep.
moving forward has this character alive, just kind of like existing in the world, because like yeah,
What?
she like has no reason to like be past the time that she dies. Like she's the character serves her purpose, but she's such a fan favorite character that they brought her back and then have her be part of the continuing canon moving forward for the series. But like
What?
she just is
That's
kind
so
of
weird.
there, yeah. Like she's like just like hanging out with like this random other side character because like they had to put her somewhere. So like yeah,
Yeah, so this is an interesting phenomenon. I kind of want to talk about it a little bit at some point, but this might be the best avenue to do so. the evangelification of Japanese media. You see this a lot where they want to remake their stuff and add and change things,
Mm.
things that are established franchises. Like they did this with Evangelion with the rebuilds,
Mm.
and they're doing this with the Final Fantasy, and they're doing this with, like you said, with Code Geass, where they are changing fundamental things about things that already exist.
Yeah.
And it's really weird to see that and go like, okay, so are you just changing things for the sake of it, or do you mean do you want to have meaningful differences? And what is the right version of this now?
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, what is the canon way to experience this thing? Um, yeah,
It's a tough
it's the
question,
evangelification of
and
it. Yeah,
it always splits things down the middle. With
sure, it does.
discussions
Some
like
people
that.
prefer because some people prefer the one or the other,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I think that's just how it is with any time there's like a remake of something, even with like games. Like some people are gonna
Yeah,
prefer the original. Some people are gonna prefer the remake
right.
and the changes therein, and some people won't
Mhm.
like the changes, and
Yep.
yeah, and I mean like yeah, for those like rebuild movies of Evangelion, like I still don't know if I like those better or if I like the original better. Like I just don't
It's
know.
tough. Yeah, I love those rebuilds though. I think those rebuilds are awesome.
They're
Um,
great. They're great,
they're
great,
really
great.
good.
But I think they also lose a lot if you don't
They do
watch
lose a
the
lot.
original. Like,
There is a lot of there's a lot of nuance to the original series
mhm,
that is lost in the new ones, where
yeah,
the new ones feel like blockbusters and the old ones feels like a drama. You know.
yeah. The old one is very much a drama. Yeah, it's a slow burn
Yeah.
for sure. So,
But man, oh, do not redo is so freaking good.
mhm,
I love that one so much. The all of them are good. I
yeah,
think three. It's a toss up between three or four for the rebuilds for my favorite. Um,
I
but
love
once they
four.
get out of
Love four.
once they get yeah, four is so freaking good.
Yeah.
But once they get out of two, like they like are kind of done remaking the original
Mhm.
uh set, so they kind of do new stuff with like
Yeah.
new characters. And you're like, what is
3
happening?
and
You know,
4 are both fantastic.
that's kind of why I like them because they are new Evangelion, and you're
Yeah.
just like, okay, what's going on here?
Yeah.
Super good, super good.
Mhm.
Either way, like you're not going to go wrong. I think Evangelion's great. Um,
Yeah.
how do you say Evangelion? Evangelion? It doesn't matter. I don't know.
I don't think
I
it matters. I always say Evangelion, but I was
yeah,
actually just
whatever.
recently watching through that original series again.
Hmm.
So
Yeah, I think the end of Evangelion is such a, pardon the
mhm.
term, such a mind fuck.
Yeah,
It's so
it's
out
insane.
there. It's so out there. You're like,
It
people, why people are you okay? Are you
yeah
okay, people?
they go a little bit extreme in a lot of places in that one, but
Like,
it's really interesting though.
I think Asuka's death is tough, man. It's so
Mhm.
tough.
Yeah.
It's so the way they render that in that
Mhm.
one is just, oh my god, it's
Yeah.
tough. Anyway, we digress. Evangelion's awesome.
It
Evangelion's
is.
awesome.
Yeah.
Um, people should watch it. My number four is a game I've already talked about in the mechanics category specifically. It's Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, and I'm not going to talk about it. Excuse me, much more here. It's mechanics are the name of the game here, and I talked about it at length there, so I won't expand more upon it. The reason it's not higher is because I just don't think the story is as good, just purely. And I think that it could have been because there's a really cool twist to the main plot where it's called Prince of Persia, and there is a Prince of Persia you are saving, but the game Prince of Persia, what it's about is the villain is the Prince of Persia. He's like he's like been gypped to the throne or something. Like the current prince's mother like took over and killed the villain prince's father, and it basically turned him as a into a villain where he's trying to the rightful prince is basically trying to take over and destroy all record of that family that took over. It's really good. So the people that like have tasked you with uh, your mission, they're the bad guys initially. So the villain is actually the real hero, which is super cool. But the way he goes about it's nuts. And I will say something I didn't say in the mechanics topic too. I think the boss fights in this game are just so freaking good, and they require a lot of dexterity to get done. Um, but yeah, I've talked about this at length. Prince of Persia is great. That's my number 4. Number 3, Silent Hill 2. Talked a lot about this as well. Um, it's up there because I just think the quality is really high in its remake. I think it's fantastic. Um, that's really it. I think everyone should play. Everyone should play all these games, but my top 3 are unmissable games for sure. My number 2, I decided to put it back up. It's Balatro. Um, it is the best roguelike I've ever played. It's one of my favorite games ever. I will be playing this game for years. It's one of my forever games for sure. I will be coming back to this game year after year after year. It is that special. Balatro is a perfect video game. Perfect. The one thing is, and I wrote about this in my Balatro Still a Threat thing that I put up. Uh, once the egg has been cracked, you cannot uncrack it. And I mean this literally. Once you figure out how to win this game, it's no longer difficult. You see how to win. And there's pros and cons to it. Like, there's no steady incline anymore. Like, once you figure out how to solve the game mathematically, it is a trivial game to play through. But it's super freaking fun. So it's kind of worth it. And you'll still lose from time to time because you'll get bad RNG. But it's got the best theme song of the year for sure. The Game Awards have a great synth rendition of this theme in their Game of the Year medley that I really like and I listen to all the time. Balatro is fantastic, but number 1, of course, is Metaphor. That game wins, and it's so head and shoulders above its competition, even Balatro. Um, it's one of my top 10 games ever, I think, already. It's that good. Yeah, that's my top 10. The top 10 games of this past year for sure. Games I mostly have finished. The ones I haven't finished are Tactical Breach Wizards and Persona 3 Reload. Those are the only games I hadn't finished on this list. But they were good enough to be placed on here. And I finished Astrobot, I will say as a disclaimer. I just don't see in it what people see. And I think it's well made. It doesn't deserve to be Game of the Year. I'm sorry. Metaphor is a way better game than that, than Astrobot. But yeah, anything you want to say about any of those choices?
No, it seemed like solid picks.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. So yeah, that's really like our award categories.
Yep.
Couple more things before we close because this is going to be close to a 4-hour podcast by the time we're done. Dreaded backlog games for this year. I just kind of want to rattle them off for me, and you can kind of come up with yours too. Just stuff I am going to play, and I know I will play this year, if not finished. I'm just going to list them off, just quick. Octopath Traveler, I'm going to play and finish this because you are playing that, and I wanted to have a conversation with you about it. I'm finally going to play more of the Pokemon Red so I can get the decks done. Something that we're going to do together. Disco Elysium, I am going to play through this completely. That is my white whale for this year. That's like my number 1 game I have to finish this year. I want to see that game. I'm going to play through the entire Doom series because of Doom the Dark Ages. That comes out in May. I've already finished. I replayed through 2016 last weekend. It took me about 15, 16 hours to replay it. Love that game. I'm playing through Eternal right now. I'm even going to play the old ones. Like, I'm going to play every single game.
Yeah.
They're perfect podcast games where like the music's great and there's just a lot of mechanics to it. So you're just playing and listening to the podcast. It's fantastic. Nine Souls. I talked about this in my games I touched. I'm going to finish that, I think. I really love that game. I just need to have more exposure to it. Pentiment. This is one of these Xbox games. I want to play and finish this. I hear this game is excellent.
Yeah.
It's from Obsidian, who made New Vegas, right?
Yeah. I want to get around to that.
And it's the guy who directed New Vegas directed this. Yeah. If you play Pentiment 2 and I play it, we should talk about it together. It's not a long game. Yeah. Definitely worth playing. Narrative heavy game. Most of these games are narrative heavy. Another one is Citizen Sleeper. I have not finished that, but the sequel is out, Starward Vector, and I want to play that. It's a great game. It's basically a narrative game. Governed by dice rolls, and it's really, really good. I want to play more of Grounded, which is like a Honey, I Shrunk the Kids building sim. It's really fun. Also by Obsidian. And then I want to play Unicorn Overlord. Missed that this year. Blasphemous. I've been meaning to play that. That's another one. I want to play through a chunk of the Yakuza series. I'm on Kiwami. Want to knock that out. Um, I beat Final Fantasy One. I want to play more of the Pixel remasters this year. I'm about halfway through Persona 3, 4, and 5. I will finish those this year. I have to if it kills me. I bought and own all the Star Ocean games now. I'm going to be playing Star Ocean
Oh,
1. Same for Phantasy Star. I will be playing Phantasy Star 1 this year. Um, and then the last two are 13
I
Sentinels,
love
Aegis
Fantasy
Rim.
Star One.
I know you do, so I want to talk to you
It's a
about it.
great game.
13 Sentinels, Aegis Rim. Excuse me. Also, like Unicorn Overlord. It's a Vanillaware game. It's a narrative game. It's a game I want to play this year. And then finally, I want to finish Metal Gear Solid 3 because I played
Mm.
through the first and second one last year and
Mm-hmm.
adored both.
Yep.
So, and I want to play it before Delta comes out, which comes out
Mm.
this year. So that's my backlog for this week for this year. These are the games I will definitely play if not finished. So yeah, any games off the top of the dome for you?
Yeah. Yeah. You mentioned a couple of ones that I'm gonna be checking out, but
Yeah, I saw a Pentiment. Your ears perked up at that.
yeah, Pentiment's one that I want to check out. Assassin's Creed, the series, is something I need to dabble in this year. I've been meaning to forever. I just never got around to the series. Didn't
Yeah.
really know
Well, I
where to
gave you a
start,
guide. You
but
can do it
yeah,
now.
yeah, yeah.
You can definitely do it now.
So, I'm gonna
Yeah.
check out that series a little bit.
Sure. Sure.
I yeah, I really want to complete Octopath 2 this year.
Two. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, I've never completed that one. So
Gotcha.
I kind of also want to complete Bravely Default 2 if I can get around to it. That's been in
Oh,
my
that's something I
backlog
should add too.
for
I
a
want to. I
while.
want to play the first Bravely Default. That's something I
That
want to do
first
too.
one's incredible. I love that game.
Right. Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, I need to get through Final Fantasy VII. I haven't gotten through that
Original.
game. Yeah, yeah. I
Oh,
haven't
that's
gotten through that original
exciting.
game yet. I'm
Yeah,
I'm I'm
man.
still on disc one, so I need to get through disc
Yeah, you're
two.
playing on original hardware too.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Mm-hmm.
nuts.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
nuts. I would never do that. I
Yep.
will just say I
I
like my
prefer it.
boosts. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Hey,
prefer it.
hey, yeah. Go, God.
Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, I actually have Star Ocean 2 as well on
Yeah.
original hardware back there.
Nice. Nice.
So
Yeah.
I need to I have Star Ocean 1 on Switch, so I need to play through that so I can play through Star Ocean 2. Um, those are also in my backlog.
Sure.
I'm deciding if I want to play Fantasy Star 2 and 3 or if I want to go straight to 4 because there's a lot of
Okay.
merits just going straight to 4 after 1.
Yeah. That's what I hear too. Yeah.
So I'm still deciding. I've played like the very beginning of Fantasy Star 4, but that's all I've done with the game so far.
Sure.
I did it like right after I completed Fantasy Star 1. That's a fantastic game. Really fun with a guide.
Yeah, I will be playing that for sure. I have
Yeah.
the Sega Ages version on Switch. I
Mm-hmm.
will be playing it
Mm-hmm.
there probably.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, for sure.
Really ahead of its time. So, um,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
That's a hefty chunk list so far anyway. That's
But
a lot of stuff.
yeah, I need to finish that Elden Ring DLC. Just need to bite the
Yeah,
bullet and finish
yeah. I
that.
should too. I'm like halfway through that. Yeah,
Same, yeah.
I should. I should do that.
Let's see. Yeah, Fear and Hunger is one that I want to play through this year.
Hmm. Okay.
It's a really interesting sort of RPG maker game. Let's see. Yeah. That.
Yeah.
That's probably about it.
Okay. Nice.
Like
That's
my
a
backlog stuff besides like Pokemon, Dex
yeah. That's a
completion
hefty
stuff.
list.
But yeah, I'm sure other things as well are gonna crop up. But
Yeah, for sure. Well, that's that's basically the stuff like we're looking forward to playing on our not playing big game time this year.
Yep.
And that'll change and we'll move and shake as needed for sure because we'll be interested in other stuff. I get distracted like so easy, like laser pointer, like oh go chase this, go chase this. I will be looking at that stuff. Let's look forward to this year.
Yeah.
What games are we interested in? I'm going to pull up um, an article about games for this year because there's a lot of cool ones coming out.
There's only
I
one
think we
game
should talk about.
I care about this year, and if
Moth
this
Runner?
game flops, then I'm going to denounce gaming.
Oh boy.
And
Okay, what is that?
Radaton, the spiritual successor
Yep.
to Patapon. If this game flops,
Yep.
gaming is doomed. It's over. It's Jover. I mean,
It is Jover. It'll be good, I think. I think it'll be good.
Yeah.
Um,
they're
yeah, so you're right, Radaton. That I will play that too, just to kind of have a conversation with you because you love that.
it's
Um,
it's gonna be really fun for me. I think.
Yeah. So basically, I have this article. It's just like games. January's done. We're in February now as we're recording this.
Yeah.
So a couple highlights I've seen in January that I missed is Freedom Wars Remastered. That's a PS Vita remake. That sounds really good. The Root Trees Are Dead, I hear, is super good. It's on PC. It's like a murder mystery. The Donkey Kong Returns HD game is good. I've played that. It's a very low quality remaster, but it's a fun game.
I've heard it's really
Um,
good quality.
Yeah, it's low quality, but the game's good. Tales of Grace's F remastered. I want to play. I like the Tales games. I have never finished one, but that might be one I will get. I wanted to do Tales of the Abyss because the best version's on 3DS, but I want them to
Yeah.
bring that back,
I
and they
wanna
will.
play
I
through
think
that game. That
they've
game
said that.
looks really interesting.
Yeah.
Abyss and
Mhm.
Bersaria seem like the most interesting ones. I do own Bersaria on PC.
I
wanna
do
play
too.
through that at
Yeah,
some
I
point.
have all the ones that are on PlayStation.
Yeah,
Um,
I think I actually
so
own it on
I will.
PlayStation as well. So, but
Do you really? Okay,
yeah.
yeah. They were. I think they give that away in PS Plus at some point.
Okay.
Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, I hear, is good. It's kind of the
Mhm.
first big hit of the year, I hear.
Yeah.
I have the first one. I have yet to play it. I'm not a big Civ player, but Seven's out already. I hear it's an okay. The thing about those games is that, when they come out, they're never feature complete, so people don't like them as much until they're done.
Mhm.
So that's the thing. Avowed, I'm actually excited for February 18th. That's kind of the first big Xbox game of the year. Xbox has a banger year ahead. They really do. And Avowed's their first one.
Yeah.
The one we're looking forward to, though, is Monster Hunter Wilds. That's the 28th.
Mhm.
We will both be playing this game. Is that crossplay? Do you know?
I guess so. Surely, right?
Okay. I would hope so. I'll be playing it regardless, no matter what.
Yeah.
I just hope we can play together. That'd
Yeah.
be great.
I'm gonna have people that I'm playing with regularly that are gonna be pretty invested in it. So
Yeah, I will definitely be way into that game.
Yeah.
For sure. Some RPGs for sure. The Lunar remasters are in April. I will be playing those.
yeah.
Same for the Suikoden
exciting.
1 and 2 HD
Yes,
remaster.
that-
That's in March.
Yeah, I haven't checked out Suikoden yet, so
Yeah,
it's been
I'm.
a series I've wanted to try out. So
Yeah, me too. Same here. There's 5 of those games, so
yeah,
hopefully they bring all those forward. We'll see. I want them to bring Grandia 3 forward too. That'd be great.
yeah, I haven't checked that one out yet. I've only played 1 and 2, so
Yeah, I'm peeking through my fingers at Assassin's Creed Shadows. That's out in March. We'll see how that goes. That's probably gonna be a mess. Claire Obscure Expedition 33 looks so sick. It's like a French metaphor. It looks really cool.
Okay.
Yes, you should take a look at this Expedition 33. They had a deep dive on it on the Xbox showcase recently. Highly recommend you take a look at that. It's got a lot of celebrity voice talent attached to it too, like Daredevil's playing the main character, and there's a couple other kind of big timey people. Looks great. First time studio, I think, Sandfall Entertainment. But it looks really good. The game I am most excited for that is dated is Doom: The Dark Ages. I am so excited for this game. Um, it is everything that I want in a Doom game. It feels like they're really getting back to basics. I love every Doom game. The only one I haven't finished is Eternal. I'm replaying all the other ones, but Yeah, I am so excited for Doom the Dark Ages. It looks legit. Um, but as for announced stuff, that's kind of the end of that, and that's in May. As for stuff that's like kind of just hanging out, Baby Steps looks interesting. It's kind of like a
Oh,
uh,
okay.
quap sim, like comedy game that looks
Hmm.
fun. The Midnight Walk looks really cool. I don't know if you've seen any of that. Just look up the Midnight Walk. It's really
Hmm.
cool looking. It's from the people that did Lost in Random. It looks very Tim Burton-y. I'm excited to play that.
Oh yeah, that
The
sounds cool.
Capcom Fighting, yeah, it looks cool. The Capcom Fighting Collection 2 got dated. Uh, I think that's in May, March, something like that. Um,
May.
it's coming out this year too. May, is it May?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's coming out
Oh
this
yeah,
year.
it's got
It's
the game that we like Capcom versus SNK 2. We played a
yeah,
ton of
yeah.
that game.
EO stands for Easy Operation. I found that out, so that's cool. Uh, Another Coffee Talk is coming out. Death Stranding 2 is tentative for next year. I don't think that's coming out next year, but we'll see. I am very excited about that game because I love the first. Deltarune is supposed to have chapters 3 and 4 next year or this year. That'll be really good, I think. I like the first two pretty well.
Yeah, same.
Um, yeah, for sure. Elden Ring Night Rain is going to be huge. I'm kind of mixed thoughts about that, but we'll see how that turns out.
Yeah, we'll see what
Um,
happens with
I've
that.
heard things. Yeah, totally. I've heard great things about Eternal Strands that's come out recently. I don't know much about it, but I've heard that it's very Breath of the Wild like.
Hmm.
Just came out recently. It's on Game Pass, I think. The new Fable is supposed to be out this year, as far as I'm understanding, from Playground Games, but it's the first Fable game since three, really. Um, so it's kind of a big deal. It's another Xbox game. Technically, Doom is an Xbox game too, but it's coming everywhere, obviously. Ghost of Yote, that's a big one.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
I think that game is definitely coming this year. I think it'll be a fall game. Sucker Punch has been working on it since the last one.
Hmm.
That's the only thing they've been working on. They've staffed up for it. So that game has gone gold pretty much. It's done. Like they will put that game out, I think, this year. I'd be shocked if it got delayed. I'm very excited for that. It's a new protagonist, new setting, pretty much turn of the century Japanese stuff. Very excited. It's very Blue Eye Samurai that way.
Yeah.
Um, that looks really good. The big thing is Grand Theft Auto 6. Like, when is that coming out? People are scared of that game. It feels like half of the schedule hasn't been determined because of that, you know?
Yeah.
Um, Another fighting game that I'm stoked about is Hunter x Hunter Nen Impact.
Hmm.
That's going to be great. That's from the Marvel vs. Capcom team.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah, they went and made that. So I am excited to see what that looks like. Um, Judas looks interesting. It's from the guys that made BioShock. It's Ken Levine. It's his first game since BioShock Infinite,
Hmm.
um, over 11 years ago. So we'll see how that goes. Prime 4 Beyond,
Hmm.
that I'm sure is coming out this year. I bet you. Along with the Switch 2, all that stuff's going to be interesting. New Mario Kart's going to be cool. They pretty much, there's been leaks about new 3D Mario. That's going to come this year. Um, Switch 2 in general is going to be really good. I'm very excited to play all my stuff on there. I'm just ready to kind of play Switch games on that, see if they play better.
Hmm.
You know, um, yeah. Ninja Gaiden 4 got announced the other day. That's going to be cool. From Platinum, which is a big deal. That's kind of a big deal. Um, Pokemon ZA, really cool. I'm excited about that. I love the Last Legends game.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, that's kind of like the big stuff. I can't see really anything else that we'd be interested in. Um, yeah, that's really it. It's going to be a big year. I'm excited to see what games get announced this year. I think Switch 2 is like everyone's holding their breath, you know.
Yeah.
Once that comes out, once that reveal hits in April, we're going to see a lot more third party stuff that has
Yeah.
not been announced, I think.
There's gonna be a lot of
Um,
games for that, like
Huge. And
first
you know
party and third
what?
party.
I think that's going to be the re-reveal of Silk Song. I really do believe
Yeah.
that. I think that is a huge chance for them to get on
Hmm.
that.
Yeah.
Um, with just even a trailer or something, just something. They don't even have to give a release date. Just say it's coming for Switch 2. People will fall head over heels for it, right?
Yeah.
I guess yeah. What's something you're excited for this year out of any of those? Probably Monster Hunter the most, right?
Yeah, out of those, yeah. It's probably
Yeah,
just like Monster Hunter and Radaton is like what I'm really
yeah,
looking forward to
yeah. For
right
me it's
now.
Doom: The Dark Ages and Monster Hunter. So
Yeah, I think once we get further into the year, we'll know exactly what's coming out.
yeah, for
I'd
sure.
really like to see something Fire Emblem this year, like that
I think you will.
remake
I
of
do think you
four,
will.
and
Hmm.
whether
Hmm.
that comes to Switch One or Switch Two, I'll be playing it. So,
I think it'll probably be a tandem release. I would be surprised if it's not. It felt like a Switch game. It just might be a Switch game that plays on two. It must be
yeah,
what it is.
which would be
Um,
fine for me. I mean, I just want to play more Fire Emblem. So,
again, that game exists. That game is
yeah,
done. They are just waiting to put it
yeah,
out. So I think they will. Uh, I don't know if they'll do it this year or the beginning of next. Who knows? But they will do it at the beginning of the Switch 2
yeah. Four is
cycle.
just a good game too. Like Fire Emblem Four, Genealogy of the Holy War. That's just
Yeah,
a good
yeah.
Fire
I've heard really
Emblem.
good stuff about it
Yeah.
for sure. Um, and I'm just really excited about a new 3D Mario because Odyssey is so freaking good.
Mm-hmm. If
I'm
it's
ready
like
for that game to be.
half the size of Odyssey, like
Oh my
it's gonna
gosh, I
be
can't imagine. What is that game going to be? They should just do Odyssey 2. Like if they
yeah,
did that, I would be so happy.
yeah. Everyone would be fine with that because Odyssey
Yeah,
was a good game. Is
Odyssey
Odyssey's
is
probably
such
the
a.
best 3D Mario. So
I famously, between people that I know, like that game over Breath of the Wild in the year it came out.
yeah,
Um, I love that game so much. Um,
it's yeah, it is better than Breath of the Wild. I think from
I personally think so, and I also like Tears of the Kingdom better than Breath of the Wild as
yeah,
well. So that's just me. I don't. Breath of the Wild's a great game. I'm playing through it again actually right now.
yeah.
I'm really enjoying it. Um, oh, also another thing I forgot to mention. I'm playing through Xenoblade Chronicles 2. We'll see how far I get in that. It's another backlog game. We'll see. It's going okay so far. The nobody explains how to play it,
it's
so it's
yeah,
kind of sucks.
it's not Xenoblade One and it's not
Ugh,
Xenoblade Three. That's
you need to play Xenoblade 1,
I
dude.
do.
You need
Yeah,
to. It's so freaking good. It's so good. Oh, every time I think about that game, I love it even more. It's
yeah.
brilliant, man. Um, and I hear threes, like, if not on that level, it's better. Um, it's just, oh man. I just got to get through two. Two is tough.
Yeah.
It's a tough start. Tough start. Yeah. Anyway, that's game of the year, baby. What do you
Yeah,
think? What a
yeah.
freaking whopper of a show this is
We
gonna be.
yeah, it's a long one.
We started recording at what 9:20 our time, and now it's 1:45 in the morning.
Yeah,
So I think we covered all our bases.
we like metaphor. That's the
We
takeaway.
do. That is the thing you should take from this. Is Metaphor
Yeah,
is great, and you should play it.
it's
So
good game, very good game.
yeah. So our game of the year is Metaphor Refantasio as Stick Drift as a unit.
Yep.
That is our game of the year. So
We're pretty confident
if
in
you
that.
enjoyed this, look for our other stuff all throughout the year. We will be continuing to record podcasts because we love it. It's been our longest period of not recording things since we started this. So
Yeah,
it's been
we're
an interesting start to the year. But
wanting to get back to doing it regularly,
yep,
and
yep, yep.
I think we both have a lot of content that we
Hmm.
want to put out. So
Yes, yep. I will be doing probably some write ups and maybe some talk about the Doom series. I think I'm going to start doing that because those games are brisk, they're easy to talk about, and they're really fun. Um, and yeah, maybe check out Doom Eternal too if you're interested, Noah. I'm playing
yeah,
through that. That'd be
yeah,
fun to talk about. It's a breezy game.
yeah.
Um,
I own it on PC, so I probably
yeah, try
should.
it out. See what you think.
Yeah,
It's more mechanics heavy version of 2016,
yeah,
and sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. But through the Dark Ages seems like a different beast altogether. I recommend you watch that Xbox showcase. It's really good. They showed the Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, which I will talk about on next podcast. Um, it's
nice.
awesome, awesome remaster or remake, I should say. Highly worth playing, and I'm excited about 4 too. So, but all the stuff they showed there, including South of Midnight, which I forgot to mention for anticipated games, look really good. Xbox is going to have a really good year this year, I think. So,
Nice.
yeah, man, this has been fun. I had a great time. This has been a great kind of I'm ready to throw 2024 away
Yep.
in a good way. I felt good about it. This is a nice capstone to it. Hopefully next year won't take it's until February to get one out, but we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes.
Yep.
Anyway, get some rest. Get better soon. I need to as well. I've been coughing this entire episode, so
All right. Well,
apologies if I missed the cough button on a couple of them. I've been trying to remember, but
happens.
it's tough. So
All right.
anyway, for Stick Drift, I'm Power. He's Noah. Keep gaming, baby.
Yeah, we love gaming. All right.
Yes, we do.